Yo, surprise Sunday stream. How we doing today, everyone? You may be wondering what the hell's going on here today. So, I was hanging out in front of the stream, Feed Snacks stream the other day, and they were talking about anime, and people in the chat started bringing up, like, their My Anime list. I was like, I have one of those. Oops. Yo, Zeldy, thank you for so much for the Prime sub, my dude. Feet Snacks, that's the one. And people were bringing up their My Anime list. I'm like, I got one of those, and I tried to log into it, and surprise, surprise, I couldn't because it was tied to that dead account that the original highball stick is stuck with as well. So I was like, oh no, I guess I have to make a new one. And then, you know, I have brain worms, and I'm like, wait, this is content. I can milk this for content. Was it Highball Stick 21? No, so like the original Highball Stick with a K belongs to that old email that I can't access to, as well as my Mal account. So Highball Stick 21 was the one that I made with my updated email, and I was like, I don't like the 21, which is why we are now Highball Stick with 2 C's. Anyway, Zeldy is kind enough to join us for the stream today. I'm gonna give her a call real quick. Oh no, oh yeah. So, uno momento as I get Zeldy on the line real quick. Hello, hello. Can people hear her?
Can I be heard?
Can we hear Zeldy?
Can we hear me?
No or yes? Anyway, One Piece is going in Esther card. Well, it's on a scale of 1 to 10. You're pretty quiet, apparently, here. Let me try and turn you up on my side. Oh, now. You're gonna need to speak up.
Okay, well, shit, guess I'm gonna have to start whispering.
I have you cranked up to 200% on my end already. So that's pretty cool.
I crank myself up on my own stream.
Speak up. Speak.
Thank you. I'm trying to. My mic is inches from my mouth, is the thing. It's like nearby me, and it's telling me I'm peaking. So, like,
fantastic.
I'm doing what I can.
Your stream is fine. Inflection.
Inflection.
Here, let me try turn up the desktop. I'm gonna turn up the desktop audio a bit. Is that better?
I think I'm gonna say all the names in Japanese.
It's probably just my balances. It's most likely my balances. I have my desktop audio usually pretty quiet, so I assume that's where you're coming through.
Oh,
so,
yeah, you can also, like, do the thing where you capture me in OBS if you want to, like, capture Discord's audio, is the other thing I've done.
I don't know how to do that, so we're not going to do that live.
Okay. It's alright.
It's alright. Hell yeah. Okay.
Just chill. I'm just in the background. I'm just in the back of your head, just telling you, like, you made that choice.
Tell me that I'm shit. Exactly. Alright, so...
Giving me opportunities for this.
Alright, so, for those of you that are unfamiliar with My Anime List, it is a website where you can keep track of the shows that you have watched, watching, whatever, as well as the mangas, and you can rank them on a scale of, like, 1 to 10. I'm gonna have the monumental task today of trying to remember every single fucking show that I've watched.
Well, I have at least my list too to try to cross-reference you, and we can always go from they have a list of most popular of all time, so we can also go down from there.
Absolutely. Like, that's kind of why I wanted to do this with you as well as with chat. Just check my old mail? No, I'm not going to do that.
I know. So it's like, we could just look at that.
No, that's no fun. That's not nearly as fun.
Maybe there's some weird stuff on that one.
Nah, this will give me a chance to do it fresh. Alright, so I've been thinking about it. I'm like, okay, let's try and do this in, like, chronological order from my life. You know?
Oh, well, I can't help that.
Well, I'm just like, I'm trying to think of, like, okay, what did I do?
I just started for the most recent one you started with.
No, because I think it's more fun to think about the older shows first.
Alright, time to start.
My childhood. We're talking about childhood, which Pokemon, yes. Did she call me old? I mean, I don't think it was low-key. I think it was, like up front she called me old.
Sorry.
But yeah, Pokemans. This was obviously, like, a pretty influential one for me as a kid. Like, this was the era where it's just, like, shit that was airing on Canada. So, not a huge selection unsurprisingly. And this was like the 90s and early 2000s.
I like watched Pokemon every Saturday morning because that was the one thing that would air right before the children's shows started.
Oh, really?
So that I was like, fuck yes, because I would get an hour of Pokemon and then we had to go back to the children's show because my siblings would wake up.
I think this is the right one. It looks like
it. Yeah, should be the original.
Yeah, so I watched up till Johto, which is like the second gen stuff. That's about as far as I got with it, as far as my memories are. I have a lot, obviously I got a lot of nostalgia for it, but like, objectively it's like kind of mid, right?
It's like any show that like had several seasons. Like, I mean, the first season of any show is usually like top quality for the best that they can do at the time.
Like, it was,
I definitely think it does a good arc for it, but
it's like, it's great as like a kid's show, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's for motivation.
And it's like very episodic and it's fine. Like,
they have good pieces. It's the same thing with like most shows. They have like really good bits and pieces that are really interesting and like good moments or what's the word for it?
I called Pokemon mid. Well, I mean, like, from like a grand scheme of things, like, it's a kid's show, right? Notoriously shitty memories. It will create memories. It will alter memories. It will lie to itself. Yeah, well, this is a subjective opinion-based thing, so like that's fine. What is this? The Oscars? There are a lot of shows to go through. We can't just be like Pokemon's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece right off the bat, because it's not. It's fun. It was a good show. It was a formative part, but like I liked Digimon more than Pokemon.
You're a Digimon kid?
Speaking of which, we're gonna bring up Digimon now.
Digimon was like slowly being filtered out as Pokemon was coming in when I grew up, so...
Wait, what?
Yeah.
For me, like, Digimon was Pokemon but cooler because all the characters had like asymmetrical designs, so that automatically makes them cooler. Yo, that one guy's got fucking torn jean shorts on, and he's a wolf? Hell yeah. It's like an 8. The movie, the Digimon movie, saw that
furries and Pokemon for you, apparently.
That's obviously what it was. The Digimon movie, I saw that shit in theaters, and I think this was a Canadian thing, but there was like a short that would play before the movie that was from the show Angela Anaconda, if you've ever heard of that. I assume not. It's like, it was made like in Montreal, I want to say, and it had like, the characters were hideous. They were made out of like paper cutouts, and they were like black and white.
This looks like something you'd find in nightmares.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It was, but like there was a short that played before the Digimon movie where Angela would turn into Angelamon. It was so it was so dumb, but I loved that shit as a kid. And also it has Smash Mouth like multiple times in the soundtrack. Angelamon, yeah.
Yeah. To know your other form that you have as a human.
But yeah, Digimon is great. I have a lot of nostalgia for it. There's also Digimon Tamers, which is like the 3rd season. I don't know if we want to like do separate seasons of the show. I know Mal has like multiple seasons on here.
Yeah, it has, all the seasons are separated for Pokemon, the movies, they're all separated, so
well, the only one
to like select them, it does that.
For Digimon, the only one I'm gonna do is Tamers separately, because it's like very different from the rest of Digimon. It like takes place in the real world. Like Digimon's an IP that exists in like the world of Digimon Tamers. And like the main character like makes his own Digimon and brings it to life, which is like this little red dinosaur guy. And it's like much darker in like tone than the rest of the series. Like it goes into straight like eldritch horror in the last like quarter of the show. Is Angemon just a buff guy with wings? Yes. And then Angelwoman was like a lot of people's awakening. Yeah, Digimon's wild because it's like, alright, so it starts as a blob, and then it turns into a cat, then it turns into a busty angel. And it's like, yeah, obviously, why would it not?
Alright, I gotta look up this awakening.
Have you not seen Angelwoman? Hold on.
I'm looking her up right now.
Well, I mean, maybe for the stream.
It's not awakening for me. It's just pretty person.
It's a pretty person. But I mean, like, imagine you're like 8 years old. And it's like, bam! You know? You're like, I don't understand the feelings.
Not for that.
It starts out as a rat. It's true. Oh jeez. Oh gosh. Yeah. Digimon Tamers I think is actually fantastic. It's like better than the original series. Like this shit holds up. It has no face. Hot. Too true. But yeah, Digimon Tamers A+, very good. Would still recommend it today. Like people die in this show. Even though it's like a kid's show still, it's wild.
Has actual death way better than Pokemon.
Way better than Pokemon! Did you see Pikachu being skewered? I don't think so.
I don't need to see that.
Alright, other childhood show, Sailor Moon. I remember watching a decent amount. It would like play around the same time as like Pokemon. Do I only remember Angelomon? No, there's like Togemon, which is like the cactus with boxing gloves. There's Garurumon and Metal Garurumon. Greymon and War Greymon and Skull Greymon. Don't forget about Skull Greymon. Or there's Edamon, which is a monkey man who has an Elvis Presley impersonation. But yeah, Sailor Moon. I don't remember a ton about Sailor Moon because I was like fairly young and I didn't watch a ton of it, but I do remember really enjoying it whenever it came on because it was just like, it was just fun. It was good.
Yeah.
It was
a well-made show for that reason. It's got as much hype as it does because it inspired generations.
Yeah, it's like basically the progenitor of a lot of these like magical girl shows, right?
Pretty much, yeah. It's set a new baseline.
What else do we cover? Card Captors. I watched Card Captors. I'd have to look up Monster Ranchers. I didn't watch Beyblade. I did watch Yu-Gi-Oh!
I was about to say Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the other one I was going to suggest afterwards.
Yeah. Bishoujo Senshi Sailor Moon. This looks to be the right one, yeah. I do think this falls around the same level as Pokemon for me. I remember, like, being as excited for this show as I was for Pokemon. Though, I imagine if I were, like, to go back and try and rewatch this in the original Japanese, first of all, it'd probably be a lot darker, because that's just kind of how these things go, with, like, how they localize a lot of these shows for young kids. You enjoy Sailor Moon more now than you did then because it's got a lot of more of the humor. Yeah. It also has, like, canonically gay Sailor Scouts in the Japanese one, from my understanding. It's, like, Sailor Neptune and Sailor,
I think it's Uranus.
Is it Uranus? Okay.
I think it is.
Yeah, they're, like, a couple in Japanese, but,
yeah,
like...
it's supposed to be that the Uranus is the one that can change between both a guy and girl, whatever kind of thing.
Right.
And that's why the two are dating.
Well, yeah, it's like... It's handled from my understanding, it's handled pretty well in the original material. In the English translation of it, they just made them cousins. because they're like, we can't have gay people on TV in the 90s? Absolutely not.
Person, a gay person, we're breaking it. We
can't do this. Cousin fuckers, hell yeah. Yeah, Sailor Moon was great.
No, cousin fucking. We'll take it.
We'll take it. Sweet home, Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Surprising Japan would handle it better. I think it's because it was written by a woman, honestly.
Yeah, probably.
Like, there's no way this thing would be handled tactfully if it was written by a bunch of people.
That's the thing, too, is that Japan has a lot of leniency for trans people and gay stuff. They accept it more as, like, that's an American thing or like a Westerner thing to do. Right. So they accept it as like a genre almost.
Hold on, let me get rid of the bot real quick. They wanted me to boost. It's Forka. As in, go Forka yourself.
Oh, I see. I didn't see it, but let's see if this is
Alright, he banned. Boost this. Alright, other children's TV shows.
Did you watch Bobobo? Did you ever have...
I never watched Bobobo.
Oh, that was a cute, fun show.
I've seen like clips from it, and it's like absolutely wild. Boost for your dog. Oh no, we got him! Alright, time to balance feed snacks? Is that the bot? Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's do Yu-Gi-Oh! Real quick. Oh my god, there's so many. Alright, the OG Yu-Gi-Oh! That's the only one I watched.
Yeah, pretty much.
To dot this! God. Hey, Yug! It's me, Joey! Fuck. I mean, this show is just one giant marketing campaign for the card game, and it fucking worked.
It was so good.
Like, I started playing the card game because of it. I didn't understand how to play the card game because the show is just characters cheating the entire time.
Yeah, pretty much. Someone tried apparently, like, they loved the show so much, they signed up for a competition, went to the competition and thought it played like the show, and just started slapping cards on the table.
I play Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards!
Here's another card, and another card! They're like, there's a rule for that, you can't play 2 cards. I play
Yu-Gi
another
Boy!
card.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh's great. It's so campy, it's so cheesy. The voice acting work in this is actually fantastic. I agree with you 100%, Timmy, too. Like, it's for kids, but, like, the show's so campy and ridiculous that it works perfectly. Even though, like, it suffers from some of that, like, localization censoring that these shows tended to. Like, there were a lot of guns in the early season of the show, and they just, like, you know, erased all that, and the most infinite one is, like, 2 guys just pointing fingers at someone menacingly. It's like, oh,
Shit.
my grandfather's deck has no bad cards. The pointing the finger at Kyla. Oh, man. Yeah, this, again, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one that I liked more than Pokemon as well. It had that, like, as like a, I don't know, 10 to 12, 13, somewhere in that age. Just slightly grittier, slightly darker content was a lot more what I was looking for, you know? Kyla threatening to kill himself if he lost the duel. Yeah, just wild shit like that.
They put trampoline at the bottom, they're fine.
They put a trampoline. Okay, what other children's show? Dragon Ball Z. So I didn't really watch a whole lot of Dragon Ball Z, but we can talk about it. So, like, most of my exposure to Dragon Ball Z is actually through the fucking abridged series by Team 4 Star.
It works.
They did it's really good. Like, legitimately, they did a very good job with it. And the thing is, like, I've watched all of Dragon Ball, like the original Dragon Ball, and then, like, once it gets to Z, I just kind of, the Namek stuff is good. The Cell stuff's, like, okay, but, like, once it starts to get to, like,
out with Cell.
I really like, the things that I really liked in, like, original Dragon Ball is, like, oh, it has, like, more of a focus on, like, martial arts and stuff, because, like, the characters are strong, but they're not, like, I can destroy a finger by flicking my, little toe, and it's, like, eh. Cell was
Like,
a great
well,
villain.
I need a body part that's not the finger.
Yeah.
You're like freaking.
I'm like, oh god, I can't just say flick his finger, no, that doesn't make sense. So I don't, like, my opinion on Dragon Ball Z is, like, it's fine. I think it's, like, there's a lot of shows that it's inspired, obviously. But there's a lot of shows that, like, take what this thing has done and, like, made it a lot better, in my opinion.
I mean, Dragon Ball just seems like a power fantasy made
That's
into, like,
that's a lot of my problem with it, right? It just very much just like, they're just so strong, and then they punch you, and they're so strong, and they got muscles, and they're wow.
Yeah, it's like the same, like, problems that people have with, like, Boruto, where they're like, what happened to the ninjutsu and, like, training and, like, an arc, but now we just have all the power.
Sounds like I don't do enough push-ups. That might be the problem. Goku's inspired so many gym rats. Like, so many of them. Massive power setting and the 12-year-old's workout motivation. True. Like, a testament to Dragon Ball is just, like, how many young kids you'll see run around just like trying to throw kamehamehas and shit at each other, right? Like,
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, who doesn't try to, like, when you see, if you grew up with anime, if you had any sort of childhood, you at some point tried to replicate the actions.
Like try and power up or something like that, for sure.
You're like, I confusion, right? They confusion, I confusion.
Goku is a shit character, in your opinion. Vegeta's the host of the franchise. I honestly agree with that. I think Vegeta is the much more interesting character.
And Bulma.
Bulma's great. Bulma's like one of the best parts of original Dragon Ball. Actually, original Dragon Ball, the characters are just better all around. Goku's even like more interesting as a kid because he's just kind of like, he's overpowered, but like it's more fun because the series is geared a bit more towards comedy anyway, instead of Dragon Ball, which is a lot more action oriented.
Yeah, I think it's like at a certain point they've done all of the like arc of what they can do with young Goku, and then they have to start trying to branch out each time. That's why like it's a lot more focused weirdly. It
suffers from like one of the things that I generally tend to dislike a lot in a lot of these shonen shows, and that like the scaling just gets out of control the further into it you go, where it's just like it starts fairly grounded, and for me, like when the stakes are like, oh no, someone I know and care about is like their life's at risk, I find that a lot more interesting than this entire universe will be destroyed, and it's like a lot harder to relate to that, if that makes sense.
No, that totally makes sense. Yeah, I think that's part of where I remember watching Dragon Ball Z that after the Cell arc fight stuff, the transition after that did a little bit of what you're talking about, and I was like, well, I've lost the interest because I was focused on this because I was like, this guy's gonna fuck it all up, so we gotta focus on him. But then it changed to like, hey, guess what? We found another idiot in the universe who wants to fuck you up. So I was like, no, but I was so excited for this one.
Snacks brought up Metabots, which I did watch, though I don't remember much about it. But are you familiar with this one at all?
I've seen it, but I didn't watch it myself.
So it's like, it's a Pokemon-like, kinda, where like, there's a bunch of main characters, and they can like build fighting robots that go against each other, and their bits and pieces can be like swapped out and upgraded.
Battling.
It was fun. Bakugan, I've never seen Bakugan. I don't remember much about this one. This definitely wasn't one that, like, kept my attention. But I don't remember disliking it. Like, I went back to watch it multiple times. Naruto, we'll get to Naruto. Right now we're doing, like, we're doing childhood shows before we get to my more introduction to animes and stuff, right?
Bakugan and, Beyblade, they were all, like, very similar, like...
Yeah, never watched Beyblade.
Cloth, but they were really good.
Beyblade honestly, was still... Beyblade, even to me as a kid, I was like, this is kind of really dumb.
It was just fun because they had, like, it was just good little powers that they put with it. So that we were like, alright, I love it. I can't help it. There's spinning things. I want to be able to spin stuff like that and have a Pegasus come out.
So Card Captors is one that was localized in... Canada, that I remember watching a decent amount. It had like an English translation, and it didn't like even go through. There were a lot of episodes that were cut because there are like adult themes and stuff inside of this show. I went back and rewatched this one in Japanese like a few years ago. This show's great. This show's like legitimately very, very good.
It's one I've had on my to-watch list for ages, but it just didn't like was available for me for watching.
Adult themes, not like anything sexually explicit or anything like that, Dimmy Doo. It's just like it has some darker lessons. It has like some references to darker stuff. And because like the power system has like tarot cards and shit like that. And when you're especially like in the early 2000s when they're localizing stuff for children, they're like, we can't have anything that references like alcohol, anything that references death, anything that's like mildly sexually explicit. Like the brother is obviously gay. Like obviously gay with another boy in their high school, but that's like completely swept under the rug. But yeah, this show was very good. they turned it into like a episodic thing where it's just like, oh, there's like the card. She has to like go around capture the spirits that are in the cards. That's like the premise of the show, and they turned it into like a monster of the week type deal, where it's just like, oh, this is the episode where she has to take out the card that represents water, but the original show is a lot more like serialized, with like an overarching story and stuff, and it's actually pretty good. And it's also made by, oh, what studio made this show again?
It should be on the lower edge, might say it.
Yeah. It's made by Madhouse, so you know that it's like really good quality as well. Plus, she wears a different outfit every show, like every episode, which is like something you don't really think about until like the animators put in the time to do it. But, like, that's a lot of extra work to give her, like, a new outfit every episode.
But aren't you entertained by the new ruffles in her skirt?
Dude, some people are.
I am.
You are.
It's cute as shit.
It's cute. Our Cartoon Network shit on here? I didn't grow up with, like, Toonami or anything like that.
At the least, I do know that Sonic X is still on here from 4Kids.
Is Sonic X on here?
It is
oh,
on here.
No.
I put
No.
it on ages ago, being like,
Sonic X is like...
on here.
Sonic X is bad.
No! It's
Sonic X is bad.
It's the best!
You gotta go fast.
I know.
Gotta go fast. Wait, hold on. While we're here, is the Kirby Right Back at You show on here too? It is.
Oh, it might be, yeah. That's why I said 4Kids had their stuff on here too.
This show's like... also pretty bad.
They were so good. They were such cute little shows.
They were fine, but they're not very good.
They were what they are, and it was good.
Garba, 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 he's the star of the show. Garba, 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 here's the thing you should know. He's tough and he's pink. Put your finger in your stink. Curb, curb, curb. He's the one.
See where you're going with this.
The opening to this was actually like a banger. It was like this weird like 1950s swing style music. It was great. Okay, what other? Oh, Monster Ranchers. I think someone mentioned. Yeah, I did watch this. I don't remember much about this though. Yeah. Oh shit. God, I can't. Didn't they give this guy, like, a fucking weird accent?
It looks like he should have one.
The hell is this? So, like, this kid sticks a cursed, magical CD inside of, like, his PlayStation and gets teleported into a game world where you have to go around and catch monsters. Hence, Monster Farm, Monster Rancher. Is this the progenital isekai? I think that's Digimon, isn't it? Like, isn't Digimon an isekai?
Aren't they just in the world? Not that they get trapped in the world, though?
The digital world?
Yeah.
No, they start in Earth, and then they get transported to the digital world. And then there's an arc where they go back to Earth, and then the digital world, like, threatens to overtake them. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I don't remember much about this show. It's probably just fine, then. Reboot! Alright, any other childhood shows?
Inuyasha.
Oh, fuck, yep.
It's like Inuyasha is a big one that we haven't done yet.
Well, I only saw bits and pieces of this show. Like, a friend of mine would get... He had to, like, download them on torrent sites and stuff. And... The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, we'll get to that one. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
No Shot is rebooted anime, but that show slaps. Harumi Suzumiya. This show was cool, though. The show's good.
I still think it was also really cute because they did the follow-up and you got to see their kids and stuff and do a new generation thing.
Oh, was there?
Yeah,
Is Hamtaro an anime? It is. We'll have to pull
it
that one
is.
up too. Because I did watch that one.
Hamtaro.
Inuyasha, I remember there were a lot of things that were cool about it. It had big sword. This chick was awesome. I remember she used like a big boomerang type weapon, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Mm-hmm. Kagome was an archer. And they had like the weird, like, he's got a magical collar on, so if she tells him to sit, he sits. And that's like somebody's fetish. Like 100%. That's the brother, right? He was like a full demon, whereas like Inuyasha was a half demon.
Sesshomaru.
Oh, right, that is his name.
Sesshomaru.
I don't remember enough about the show to put it any higher than like good.
I would leave it at good just because like it has a lot of tropes in it and things in it that are just kind of like generic anime things.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still like a good show and it has a story arc at least.
Let's get Hamtaro up here real quick.
Hamtaro.
This is whatever. It's such a whatever show.
Cute.
It was cute. It was very cute, and it was just like, but like, I remember they would go like "gooshi gooshi gooshi" or something whenever they walked. they would like say their footstep sounds as they walked around, and it was just like
so they have to make the little shuffling sound.
Yeah. Goosh 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 gooshy. You don't? I don't. I'm sorry.
You're not having fun. Gosh.
Maybe that's why I'm dead inside. Is that I'm not taking the time to find the joy in life. Involved
Next time
with
you get up to go get water, just go
goosh 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 goosh.
You gotta not. You're
My
making it sound like gushers.
That's what it. That's they literally were. That's the sound they make. It wasn't like It wasn't just like blip 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 blip.
Just you're saying you're like.
What's the okay? What's the onomatopoeia of a footstep? You riddle me this. Oh yeah, there it is. Push 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 push.
It's like more like doing Gucci Gucci Goo essentially is what you're trying to make it sound.
Fair. What even is the point of life without Gucci? You make a good point. Alright, what other kids shows am I missing here? Oh god, Ultimate Muscle. Yeah. This show was bad. Also, Shaman King, I never watched Shaman King. Look at this. This guy's got like a handle coming out of his head. They're so weird. It's so wild, the character designs in this show. It's a wrestling anime.
Really?
Yeah, you never would have guessed, right?
Yeah, wrestling.
Yeah, the characters are awful to look at, so I didn't watch this show much. But it was on Foxbox around, so commercials for it would air alongside like Sonic X and fucking Digimon and stuff. Was that on Foxbox?
Well, I don't know about that.
He looks like Homer Simpson cross Mega Man. Oh my god, it's so true. That's so accurate.
No, it looks like Humpty Dumpty and One Punch Man had a love child.
Yeah, I also just like, whenever I see these lips on an anime character...
I was like, the lips.
The lips. It's just like, what?
DSLs!
This is like offensive to someone, I'm sure. He's got them DSL, it's true. I never watched Shaman King. I've heard a lot of good things about Shaman King. That was one that did pop up. I remember seeing like commercials for, but I never checked out. I think that's about like all the stuff I remember coming across as like a child. There's probably more that I'm blanking on.
Did you watch the original Hunter x Hunter?
Not the original. I have seen the 2011 one though. All right, so now let's move on to shonen shows. So we'll start with Hunter x Hunter.
Oh, we're starting with that. I was about to say we're starting with Naruto.
We'll start with Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter's a 10.
It is.
Hunter x Hunter is a masterpiece. Watch this show. It's so good.
creator's married to the creator of Sailor Moon. Can't help but get better than that.
Really? I did not know they were married.
Oh my god, one of the best things is that the creator of Sailor Moon, the lady, she's like, like, you're like, what made you attracted to this man? She's like, well, I like my men kind of pathetic.
And you're like,
oh my god, but it's so good because like they've even like talked about like her taking over the show because there's like a good chance he'll pass before finishing Hunter x Hunter. So like, and there's a lot of references between each other's shows. It's so cute. It's
very cute. You remember seeing a porn parody of Pokemon in your early teens where Ash summons a fat ass Pikachu. Good for you. That doesn't surprise me. Of course there's gonna be porn parodies. Any chance we'll see the end of the manga? I don't think so. It keeps going on hiatus so often because the author's in such poor health condition a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like, weren't we on like a 3-year break at one point between chapters?
I don't even know at this point, because like I'm just glad that they were able to wrap up the anime in a sense, like in a way that felt like
yes, there's still more that could be explored, but it feels like a decent conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. Especially for like his own scenario. Otherwise, it's like there's lots of other shows that like they just trail off in a shitty ending. And you're like, well, fuck you. But like, I'm so glad they actually gave him time to like wrap it up at least a little bit.
I've had a weird experience with Hunter x Hunter with a lot of people that I know, and that like, for some reason, a lot of people I know end up like dropping the show around the beginning of the Chimera Ant arc.
Mine was actually from the gambling casino, whatever part, where they're first meeting the spiders, I think.
Oh, York New?
Yeah. I for whatever reason, I got like bored around there, but then I picked it back up after that, and then I was super in for the Greed Island and then beyond.
Greed Island, I felt, was a little too long, and then the beginning of Chimera Ant is like super slow. And I remember being like, I think I'm good here. And then, like, as soon as, like, the twist in the Chimera Ant where, like, things take a much darker turn, it's like, oh, there's, like, a lot going on here. And, yeah, the Chimera Ant arc is just, like, actually phenomenally written.
Yeah, the Chimera Ant arc is actually probably one of the most divisive arcs I've heard. Like,
that's what I've been seeing.
It makes sense. I can understand it because having watched it through with multiple people who are like, I love this, or they're like, there are certain aspects of the writing that they do the traditional, we're reiterating this over and over, or some parts were getting a little bit more drawn out. So I understood why, because there was a lot of prep up to the battle, and then the battle was also drawn out, and some people didn't totally enjoy that aspect. So there was like a lot to it there. I understood why they didn't enjoy it as much, but at the same time, I was personally like, nah, this is good. Like, there's a lot of stuff you're not expecting to happen here. There's plenty of twists, but I can understand why people weren't as big of a fan of like a war arc per se.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think one of the main complaints I hear about the Chimera Ant arc is that it feels very drawn out. And that's because, like, to be fair, like, the last battle, in the sense of the narrative, takes place over, like, 10 minutes or something. But it's stretched over, like, dozens of episodes because the author decided, like, let's go through every minute detail of every second that goes through here. And it's interesting, for sure. But I can understand how some people might get drawn out, like, worn out by that.
Yeah, war arcs are always the hardest, especially if you're trying to do
Nen is the best
characters.
scale in all shonen. I agree. Nen is the best power system in any shonen anime.
Tis true. I can agree definitely with that because they have such diversity with it.
Yeah,
but yeah, the war arc makes sense with like trying to watch multiple angles of the same fight is really hard, and especially in anime and keeping people all on track of what's going on. Because you're like, you start one episode, do one thing, go to another episode, they're going another person's point of view, clips back, some parts of those take too long, people aren't as interested in one fight or the other. Yeah.
Why is regular-ass Naruto just not in the top, like, 10 results for Naruto? Because I want to rank Shippuden and original Naruto separately.
Naruto's there.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the first part of Naruto is better than Shippuden. I would put the original Naruto at like an 8.
I can agree with an 8, yeah.
Like, granted, just stop watching after the Sasuke Naruto fight. Because, like, it's then 150 episodes of filler before they get to Shippuden.
Yeah, the whole chasing after Sasuke, like, whole mission part, that was really fucking cool, personally.
Yeah, like, I think the Village in the Mist stuff at the beginning of the show is very good. Is it a crime to never watch Naruto? No.
No, not at all.
It's not. Like, you don't have to watch Naruto. It's, like, I think there's stuff in it that's, like, cool and good and worth watching, but if you say, it's not for me, then, like, that's totally fair. But yeah, like, the Village in the Mist is, like, a really strong first arc. Then the Chunin exam is, like, one of the best tournament arcs in just, like, any show. Just, like, all the characters are interesting and have so much potential at the beginning of the series, which is something that I would like to bring attention to, because there's so much potential and a lot of cool characters, and so many of them just don't do anything for the rest of the fucking show. And it drives me crazy.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there, because, like, especially with the bug guy character who controlled bugs, I thought that was
he has 2 fights in the whole show!
I know!
In the whole show!
Like, why don't you use this? But I get it, because there is also... The other thing is that, like, it could cause viewers issues who have problems with a lot of bugs.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's why they went against it, because they were concerned about, like, hey, if you're showing this to children, they're going to want to play with bugs.
But I mean,
and
like,
this is going to be an issue.
I don't know.
Know.
People, they throw knives at each other, and there's giant snakes and setting shit on fire, like...
I don't know, man. Some people draw the line. They're like, the knives, that's fine. The bugs, though.
No, that's too far. Another big issue that I have with Naruto is that I can't fucking stand Sasuke.
Yeah, Sasuke's not as fun with...
Well,
in general.
my problem with Sasuke and, like, Naruto's relationship is that, like, they spend maybe, like, 2 arcs at the beginning of the show, like, with each other, and then he runs away. And then Naruto's entire character for the rest of the show is, I gotta save my best friend in the whole world, Sasuke. The man that I relate to more than anyone else in the world. Even though he tried to kill me and everyone that I know multiple times. Like, I don't believe the motivation.
Well, that's the whole thing, is that they're supposed to be 2 sides of the same coin. Like, Naruto's an orphan who chooses to be positive, and Sasuke is an orphan who chooses to...
I get the inversion of it. I totally understand, like, that from an art.
I understand why they're not friends, but that's the whole thing, is that Naruto's like, I see myself in you, and I don't want you to go down the wrong path.
I just don't think Sasuke's worth saving. I think he's a fucking terrorist.
Yeah, and that's why you're not Naruto.
Like, he's... Like, literally, he does everything awful for the entire rest of the show. There's, like... It's just not good. I don't like Sasuke. And I don't think that he's, like, worth this, like, obsession that Naruto has over him. And it takes me out of the show.
I think the only reason that Naruto has the obsession is just the whole power thing, because he sees them as another equal, considering he doesn't have family or whatever. And so he's like, that's the best kid in the class. I gotta beat the best kid in the class to be better. And then the best kid runs away, and he's like, you bitch, I was gonna beat you!
Alright, so, getting on to Shippuden. I think Naruto should have ended after the Pain arc. So, like, when, Pain attacks the Hidden Leaf Village and, like, destroys everything, and Naruto, like, has his Sage power up in his big fight against them, and once he wins that fight, the whole village, like, starts throwing him there, being like, we accept you, you're our hero, and it's like, cool, he's achieved his fucking goal here. And then the fucking 4th Shinobi War starts happening, and that's, like, the last third of the show, And I don't like the Fourth Ninja War, like, at all. I think it's long and drawn out and annoying and has too many fights and is bloated. There's some cool stuff inside of it, but there's a lot of just mediocre shit. And it takes up so much of the show. And then also, like, infinite filler in that era of the show as well.
Fillers. Woof.
Yeah, I think if it didn't have the fourth Shinobi War, the openings are great.
Yeah.
The openings are great. I think if it didn't have the fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto would be on the same level as, like, the original series, but I really, really dislike, like, a full third of this anime. A solid 6 out of 10. Yeah, but Naruto's, like, got a soft spot in my heart, because this is the show that I was like, oh, anime's actually a thing. Like, the ones that we were talking about before, is like, oh, I'm a kid, these things are airing on TV during the middle of the day. They're just cartoons with, like, a different art style, right? Whereas, like, Naruto, my friend had to, like, go out of his way to, like, download all the episodes. They were voiced in Japanese. They had subtitles. It was like, this is, like, its own distinct thing, right?
That was the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya for me.
Yeah. So, like, I think there's a lot of good things in Naruto, but there's so much missed potential, in my opinion, and it bums me out. Like, because there's a lot of things to like about it. Dimidu, you mentioned Sakura. That's, like, one of Naruto's, like, biggest fucking problems, is that the author does not know how to write female characters, like, at all. Like, every team gets one token girl, and what's her character? Oh, I'm Sakura. I love Sasuke. That's my character. Okay. And then there's Ino, and it's like, what's your character, Ino? Oh, I also love Sasuke, which means that I hate Sakura. And it's like, I have a real hard time getting behind a female character whose whole motivation is dictated by just, like, a guy.
Yeah, I'm glad at least that they had her train with
Tsunade.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, she had one really cool thing. She
had an arc for that.
She got, like, one cool moment post-time skip when she, like, fought the puppet guy. And it was awesome, and then that's the last thing she ever did for the entire series. And that's, like, at the beginning of Shippuden. Sakura is the worst written female character ever. Yeah, she's awful.
I wouldn't say ever, but she's not
really bad. She's really bad.
There are worse, possibly.
Probably. Gurren Lagann, we'll talk about Gurren Lagann. They just need Dabuba and 2 brain cell. They have a special name for female ninja. Yeah, Kunoichi. That's like an actual terminology, though. I don't think that's like a Naruto thing. I think that's just like class. It just means female ninja. Well, since we're talking about shonen, I'm just gonna get this out of the way real quick. This is my favorite piece of media ever created. So it's a 10. I love One Piece. With all of my every fiber of my being. And I know it's long, and that's, like, the main reason why most people don't want to watch it. Or they're like, oh, the art style is weird. And I get that. But it's so good. It's just every main character is so fleshed out. They could basically be, like, their own protagonists of their own series, because they're all so well realized. All the side characters a ton of the side characters have more characterization than, like, even some protagonists in a lot of other shows. And, like,
maybe on that part, yeah.
And, like, maybe it's because of the length, but, like, oof. You do not. I will admit, yes, the anime. If we were going just purely on the anime as, like, a product, the anime is like a 7, because there's so many pacing issues with it. But as, like, the story itself and, like, what One Piece is a 10 out of 10. Read the source material. It's fantastic, always. And check out the anime if they're for, like, specific moments, because they do a lot of, like, justice where it counts inside of the show. Plus, the voice acting is just top notch as well. Like, the voice actors have been playing these roles for like 20 years, and they just are these characters. I like One Piece. Who would have guessed? The Netflix show, man. Could you imagine if the Netflix show was on here?
It could have been very possible.
The Netflix show is like an 8 out of 10. It's a good adaptation.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to linger too much on One Piece, because there will be plenty of times for me to talk about it in the future, because I'll take every opportunity to do so. But if you haven't watched One Piece, this is my mandated, please watch and read One Piece PSA. I guess since we talked about Naruto and One Piece, we should talk about Bleach, which I think is the weakest of the big three, in my opinion.
Yeah, I never got into it.
Bleach is the cool one. The one that, like, all the edgy teens really wanted to get into, you know? Because everyone's, like, got these cool designs, and they all fight with swords.
I think
It oozes style. That is the biggest thing I'll say about Bleach. It's got a very cool sense of style. Nothing really looks quite like Bleach. But I think that the story itself, past the Soul Society arc, tends to be fairly repetitive and not that interesting. It kind of falls into training arc, fight, training arc, fight, training arc, fight, rescue mission, fight, and just like rinse, repeat over and over and over and over and over. And it's copy-paste. And that's like not super interesting. But it's super cool. It's got a lot of style. And that's... I remember I got up to the end of the original anime, and I haven't checked out the new Netflix stuff. Because Netflix picked up Bleach for its, like, last arc, I believe. The 1,000-Year Blood War, from my understanding. But I don't know much about it. Fans of the series say that it's super good, though. Alright, other... hydrate. Thanks. Hey, thanks, Zeldy, for the hydrate. Okay. Bleach fights Protag. I'm super strong, I can take you. Antag, ha ha ha, I'm very strong. Oh no! Protag, guess I'll have to try harder. Wins. Yeah. Oh, let me quickly talk about my least favorite popular shonen. Oh, wait. I guess there's two. Fairy Tail, first of all.
I was wondering, I was like, which one are we talking?
I fucking hate Fairy Tail.
Really? Oh, I don't think it's, like, I don't hate it, but, like...
I fucking hate Fairy Tail.
Oh, man. I actually did, like, 100-something episodes of it.
I've also watched about that much of Fairy Tail. It's really fucking bad.
It was after the whole fucking tree thing, and then the year skips. I was like, I'm gone.
Just
now.
nothing happens in this show. Nothing happens.
Then.
it's just time. Oh, here's the bad guy, and then we fight, and I win through believing in my friends. Rinse, repeat, ad infinitum. It sucks. The only thing that this show has going for it is its, like, attractive character designs. Which, unfortunately, like, as an asexual person, I find obnoxious. Like, the camera in this show lingers on the female form. Like, way too much.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of focus
like,
on it.
so much of it. Like, Lucy... Like, what's her...
like, half of it is just, like, a focus... Well, Lucy's supposed to be technically, like, the more main character. We're following her from the beginning.
But, like, she's supposed to be, like, I don't know, our secondary protagonist alongside Natsu. But she does not get nearly the same kind of, like, treatment as Natsu does. Natsu's, like, your typical shonen protag with all these cool moments of, like, I overcome the bad guys or whatever. Lucy has infinite motives of, oh no, my clothes got ripped off. And that's, oh no... It's like, ugh. I hate it, dude.
I was just liked it because I thought her power was really interesting because she has all the keys.
Oh yeah, the
for
keys. She
astrologies.
there are cool ideas in there. I just wish that they were like complemented by like well-written stories and characters that weren't just pieces of meat.
Do you remember at least like little bits of like Erza's, like the red hair in the back?
Oh
with,
yeah,
like,
she has like the
all
armor
weapons?
change. Like it has cool ideas for its powers. But
Did
Erza
you get
also.
her backstory?
Yeah, I remember her backstory. It's like she was a slave and she had to like escape an island along with like fucking some other guy who ended up like not being important, even though they played him up to be important the entire time. Like she has it's cool. Like yeah, she has this great backstory and she's like a tragic character, and then she's also just a fan service piece of meat, just like every other female character in this show, and it's a real bummer, dude. Like, I don't like it. I do not like this show.
I can see aside the booba. I can see aside the booba for the characters.
The characters aren't even that interesting, though. Like,
Yeah,
Urza's the only interesting character out of all the ones in this screen.
Alright, so we got the guy in the back with lightning, we got the guy on the left with Metal
Steel.
Dragon.
We got Juvia,
people
who's
on
the
right
rain
with
one.
ice
We got
stuff.
Gray, who's the ice one. We got her, who's the wind dragon. But, like, what are their characters? I love Gray. I'm girl. I'm also girl. I don't like Natsu. I also don't like
They
Natsu.
went to an alternate universe thing. They don't even have that character in there.
Yeah, I just... Show's bad. I do not like it. Other shonen that I absolutely fucking hate, Seven Deadly Sins.
That one, I enjoyed the manga reading of it, but the first season that they had on Netflix when they produced it wasn't bad, I'd say. But
I remember
like,
I remember the
animation
first
was-
season was fine, but first of all, Meliodas, fucking hate Meliodas.
Yeah, Meliodas is quite the character once you've read the manga and you've seen all the sides of him.
I just not a fan of our main character being like, my character quirk is that I look up hurt girls' skirts. It's also bad.
I can't remember if he only looks at Elizabeth or not, because I thought that was the whole point.
I don't care. I know it's like, oh, she's a reincarnation of his love. It's like, yep, he groomed her from being a baby. Because he's immortal, and she gets reincarnated. A friend tried getting me into this, you did not join it. Even the sun guy's the only character that's actually...
I know.
Escanor's the only character that's good in this show.
He has the best ending. Ugh.
Escanor's the only good character in this show.
Ending makes me cry every time.
In fact, fuck this show. This show's like... I think this is worse than Fairy Tail. I hate this show, man. I fucking hate this show so goddamn much.
I was so pumped reading the manga. I was reading it as it came out.
Yeah.
It was really good.
I didn't read the manga. I saw the first 2 seasons. By the end of the second season, like, I have no urge to continue this on. And then people were like...
I watched season 1. They did 4 episodes of season 2, and I'm like, I'm not dealing with waiting for this BS. I'm reading it.
Yeah.
I read it, and I was like, this is way better reading than...
And then apparently, like, the 3rd season, they just absolutely fucking butchered, right?
I think so, yeah. If I remember
Overlord?
correctly.
We'll get to Overlord. We'll do an isekai section at some point. Alright, what other shonens? We'll do Full Metal Alchemist real quick.
And Brotherhood.
I haven't watched the original Full Metal, I've only watched Brotherhood.
Oh, you never watched the original? Oh,
No.
the original is the one, like...
It ends with
honestly,
him
I
going to
think it
Nazi Germany, right? Like, that's...
No?
I could have sworn that's what I was told. That's what I was told is what happens in like the original series, because they had to make up like their own ending. He gets like teleported to like World War I era, like Nazi Germany.
Yeah, there's a slightly more explanation, but it was like a whole thing that they couldn't save Al, his brother.
Ponch was saying that's how it ends.
I'm like, I just don't remember if it being Nazis or not.
I'm pretty sure this is what I've been told from multiple people, is that it's just Nazi Germany that he ends up getting teleported to. Like, I haven't seen it. That's just what I've been told.
I gotta look at the ending again.
Anyway, we're talking about It might be the movie. It might be the movie. Now that you're bringing it up, Dimmy, I think you're right.
That's why I'm like, I don't remember it being Nazis. I just remember there was flying blimps and stuff, and like his dad brought him.
I don't know.
over there.
Blimps
That's
are
what I
pretty
remember.
Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
To be fair, you didn't bother. No, it is the show too. It didn't bother with the movie. Okay, cool. The show offended me. We're not talking about the original though, because I haven't seen
Yeah,
it.
it says Edward stuck in a world where the combustion engine became the dominant technology over alchemy, separated from his beloved brother. So yeah, I didn't see the Nazi part, but yes, they were going into the new automobile world, essentially. They were focusing more on...
Yeah,
engines
he gets
instead of
teleported to our world, where there's no alchemy, where it was the internal combustion engine that got put it in place. Like, that's what happens. Like, that's our world, is the one that focuses on internal combustion engines.
Oh, there it is. Post-war... Oh, post-Great War Europe.
Yeah, see, I'm not tripping. I knew it.
I remember the Nazis. I remember the Nazis.
I told you. Anyway, we're talking about Brotherhood. Brotherhood's a masterpiece.
Yes.
Brotherhood is a 10 out of 10 of experience. It's 64 episodes, so it's like super easy to... Oh god, am I supposed to be keeping track of how many episodes I've seen? Fuck. Okay.
I was like, yeah, that's part of the whole like rating thing. Is
Right,
that, like,
right.
If you're adding them to your list, you're supposed to also say how many you've watched. Because if you open up your list now, I think it's gonna say watching possibly for a bunch of the ones.
All right, well, we'll go back and talk about the other
you can
ones then.
fix it later.
Yeah, we'll fix it at the end.
Fix it in post.
But yeah, it's only 64 episodes. The characters are all super interesting and well realized. Roy Mustang is great. Risa Hawkeye is great. Winry's great. Ed and Al are fantastic lead characters. Scar is a super sympathetic antagonist who like is just a victim of war. Everyone's a victim of war. The ultimate theme at the end of it is that war's bad, and I'm a fan of that theme. Let's just keep reiterating how bad war is, please. I don't know. This show's speaks for itself. It's been at the top of my anime list for like ever. Granted,
Well, the whole like
I think it's like a cult
exchange
kind of thing, but
the equivalent exchange thing was definitely like the most biggest amazing shock factor. That
the
this
Seven
show
Deadly
could
Sins are
like
all
pull off.
awesome. I agree. Yeah, they're great antagonists. Greed, I think, is super interesting.
Homunculi.
Or Envy's the one. Envy's the one that's super interesting. Wrath being like the Führer. Lust is a great initial antagonist. The scene where like Roy goes fucking berserk on her is great, and the one where he goes berserk on Envy as well. The Envy one is like tragic though, because like he's just like overtaken by his anger and stuff. There's just such
I'm remembering like Sloth and all the other ones now. I'm like, oh my god.
Alex Louis Armstrong is just like one of the best side characters.
I was like, I miss him, and he had like his did he have a sister or
he had a sister who was like in charge of the giant iron fortress in the north, and she was a badass. Edward. Yeah, she's just so... This show's great. If you haven't watched it, watch it, please. Though, it looks like most people have seen it, as they should. Because...
Yeah, I think this is one of the few shows that I think everyone just, like, constantly said, okay, I know you've probably heard this name. You've probably heard of it. But skip this other one, watch The Brotherhood, and you will be changed a little bit afterwards. And you will, because there is some tough topics they cover in that.
This is also one of the only ones that I've watched. This is one of the only animes that I watch in English.
Oh, really?
The dub for this is fantastic.
Well, the dub's still good. I just always still do the subtitles, just my own opinion with it.
I haven't seen the Japanese version. I've only seen English, and like, but I remember the English dub for this is like A+. Plus there's like bloopers for the English dub, and it's really funny. Where you hear like Ed just like telling people to fuck off. It's like, hell yeah. Death Note's not really a shonen, but like it's kind of shonen-y. We'll talk about it because it's like another early one. Death Note's like an 8. The first half of Death Note is like a 10, and the second half of Death Note's like a 5. So like but the first half is so good that it like bumps it up. The stuff between, like, this show, the most interesting part about it is and always will be the dynamic between L and Light. And as soon as L exits the show stops is not nearly as interesting. And what I've heard from pretty much, like, anyone who has not watched the show to the end, it's always because, well, I stopped watching after L. And it's like, yep, I understand why, because the stuff after L is just not as good.
Did you ever watch Blue Exorcist?
I have not seen Blue Exorcist.
I'm trying to look for other shonens you haven't seen.
But Death Note's a classic. Like, it's incredibly popular. It gets so boring. I agree. Yeah. The first stuff is super interesting. This is like, in my opinion, I think Death Note's like one of the best introductory animes for someone.
Yeah, it's not too bad for like a start.
Well, it's like blissfully lacking in a lot of like the really annoying anime tropes that tend to turn people off from anime. Like, it doesn't have a lot of like the ooh-woo cutesy stuff that you get used to.
Are you sure about that? Considering there's one blonde goth
well,
girl
Misa, yeah, but like she's like she's definitely not like a typical anime girl.
Okay, she has the same arc essentially as what Sakura has with Sasuke, and she's obsessed with Elle, isn't she?
Yeah,
right?
but L's using her, and that's like the point. Sakura is just being dumb. She's like a focal character. Like, Misa's there to like emphasize just how shitty L is. Sakura is supposed to be like a heroic type character that is also just not a character.
Okay.
Misa acts at bimbo, but is actually smart. Is she that smart? I don't think she's that smart. You powered through the end eventually. Final moment's kind of worth it. Everything leading up to unnecessary. Yeah, the last episode for Death Note's actually like still pretty good. Because like you finally get the comeuppance for L that he like or for Light that he deserves.
Oh, there's another classic. Did you ever watch Cowboy Bebop?
I have watched Cowboy Bebop.
There's one of them.
Let's talk about Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop is great.
A classic.
It's a classic. Cowboy Bebop is so good. It's hand-drawn, which is just, in and of itself, is so good. It's like a masterclass in like traditional animation. It still looks good by today's standards. It's wild. Like the first episode where the like Spike has his like fist fight against that guy in like the cafe. Oh my god. Yeah, female characters done right. Yeah, like is that her name? No, that's not her name.
If you scroll down, we'll say.
God, what's her name?
Characters are listed.
Faye, thank you. Is it Faye Valentine? Is that like what? Yeah, it is Faye Valentine. That's why I got her mixed up with we were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, she's great. Ed's great. Fucking God, Jet is so cool. It's got a corgi. That's great. It's just like a spaghetti western told in space, and it's so good, and it's tight, and it's episodic, but has like an overarching plot. It's just a fun, good time. I guess since we talked about Cowboy Bebop, let's talk about Trigun real quick.
Good segue.
I haven't watched all of Trigun. I watched about half of it.
Same here.
And I remember enjoying what I saw of it. I would call it good. Bebop has an amazing intro theme. Agreed. It's got it. People. That's like one of the ones you show to people. It's like, hey, want to listen to like a good anime intro? Because it doesn't have Japanese lyrics. It's just a bop. A bebop, if you would. Trigun is it's another like futuristic spaghetti western type show. It's got a lot similar to a Bebop. Code Geass. I haven't watched Code Geass. I think I watched the first episode of Code Geass. And I don't think that's enough for me to throw a judgment on it yet. So that's one that's on the to be watched list.
You haven't seen the 3D chess.
I haven't seen the 3D chess. What other shonen? Let's talk about My Hero Academia quick.
I was about to say you didn't do Gundam if you wanted to go.
I haven't watched any
Dragon to
Gundams.
Oh.
I've watched zero Gundams. I'm not a big fan of mech animes. My Hero Academia. So, they have all the seasons separate. Are you kidding me?
Yes, the seasons are separate and the movies.
I'm gonna only rank this one because I don't feel like doing it. I don't feel like going through each individual season of My Hero Academia.
That's why I was like, you can do more list adding later.
Yeah. So, my opinions of My Hero Academia is that it kind of has a very similar thing to Bleach and Fairy Tail, in that nothing really happens in the show. It's just like, here's an arc, the characters overcome it. Rinse, repeat, things go back to the status quo, except until the most recent stuff I remember. I was reading the manga for it. I liked this for a while, but eventually I just got bored of it. Just, Deku is like just such a bland protagonist.
I can't help it. He's such the goodest boy. He
That's
wants to be a hero.
That's the thing. Like, I don't know. There's so many of these modern shonen protagonists are just, I'm a good boy.
I just like his because he's trying so hard. It's like he's literally using every aspect of his little being in this little tiny kid.
Yeah, like
It's
I do like that he's got like that can-do attitude, and he like perseveres despite, and like learns to overcome things. Like, that's interesting. He's a lot more interesting than Tanjiro. We'll get to fucking Demon Slayer.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like his character arc as we get to like the later seasons, that's where it really I think is showing more of his character.
I would call Deku. I would call My Hero Academia as a whole like good. I think the first season is actually quite strong. I think like the first couple seasons are actually very strong. Like the art, like the sports tournament or whatever, the sports
season
festival.
2 is what I was gonna say. It's like that's some
season 2 is very good.
Favorite for that stuff.
You like Mirio a lot. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it kind of has it kind of falls in the same problem that Naruto does, in that there's like a big cast of characters with unique power sets, and a lot of them just kind of get underutilized.
Well, some of them just don't have situations to explain them. Like there's just not a moment to like focus on it, but they do have some like filler bits that they put in.
Mm-hmm.
They had some like OVAs that they showed off the other stuff.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, I'm not gonna count OVAs towards like the canon story, because those are like made by the studio, not by the actual author of the story, right?
Usually, yeah, it's usually original voice animation, but
like it's fine. OVAs are cool, and it's a way for like people to get more of the content if they want it. But like that wasn't the author's intention. Like the author was just like, I've written this class of characters with all these unique powers, but he didn't find enough scenarios to utilize them all. So a lot of them end up just kind of falling to the sideline, which is a shame. Like one of the biggest examples for that, I think, is Ida, because he kind of like starts as like part of this like trifecta with like Deku, himself, and Uraraka.
Yeah, Uraraka.
But very quickly he gets like sidelined in place of like the actual main trilogy of the group, which is Bakugo, Deku, and what's his name?
Todoroki?
Yeah, Todoroki. This is like the actual main trio, and like she kind of falls into the same problem that like fucking Sakura does, which is just like, I'm a girl and I love Deku.
She's actually she has stuff in the show that she visibly says no to that she views him strictly, like, even if she has those feelings, she's like, I will put this aside because this is not the time for it. So
yeah, and like really I respect that. Like they definitely do a lot more with her than they did with like Sakura and Naruto.
Did you see the most recent season?
No, like like I said, I lost interest in it. I read the manga up until Deku becomes like Nega Deku or like Batman Deku, and that's when I was like, I don't want to read this anymore.
I think Nega Deku is the newest season that you're most likely referencing, and I honestly thought it was great to see the scenes that I had been wanting to see in that.
Yeah, it's just like, have we talked about any good anime since Digimon? I mean, we talked about One Piece, which is the best anime.
I was about to say, you're gonna say One Piece, aren't you?
We talked about the best anime, One Piece. We also talked about the worst shonen anime, fucking Seven Deadly Sins. What's Deku power? He's strong.
All the powers.
He has, so it starts with him having All for One, but then like when he inherits All for One, he also inherits like all the other quirks of the previous users of All for One.
Yeah, if you don't want to get spoiled, like we could tell you what those powers are. I know what they are, so it's like I could say them, but
he's got.
If you don't want me to say them,
it's fine.
No. I mean, like if you watch the newest season, that's where they show all of them finally, pretty much.
He goes from being regular boy to like having all the powers.
Yeah. The whole point of why it takes so long is just that his body is not strong enough to handle the power.
You stopped watching because it got Marvel-y. Yeah, I think it like got super popular initially because it was like in the peak of Marvel hype. But like people have been experiencing a lot of superhero fatigue lately. And I think My Hero's like popularity has definitely waned a lot in relation to that.
Well, it's also like nearing its end. So
it's also nearing its end.
Done.
Yeah, but I mean like I've noticed it's not nearly as like much of a like community darling as it was at its first few seasons, you know?
Yeah, especially a lot changed after the movies coming out and how they treated the war season essentially, because so many people were upset that there wasn't enough given to the anime over the movies.
Can he turn his body into rubber? No, it's not the greatest anime of all time, One Piece. You have a confession, your brain always confuses Demon Slayer and Goblin Slayer. I would not make that confusion. That's not
those are two
very different things.
Very different.
If we're talking about
there's a lot of blood in both first episodes, though. I have to agree on that.
You're right. All right. So since we're talking about My Hero, let's talk about the modern shonen stuff that's been coming out. Let's talk about Jujutsu Kaisen, which I just got caught up on, and this show is great.
Fantastic.
This show is very, very good. It's got... So I've heard Jujutsu Kaisen and like Chainsaw Man compared to each other a lot, and the best descriptor I've heard about the two is that Jujutsu Kaisen is a shonen anime with like horror implemented into it, whereas Chainsaw Man is a horror anime with shonen elements implemented into it.
Yeah, that's more correct.
The latest episode was crazy. The latest episode was so good. It was so good. I binged like 6 episodes at work the other day because it was very dead, and I can just watch Crunchyroll on my phone. So that's cool. You might watch this. I would recommend it. It's
definitely a good one.
The powers in this one, this is like a very high concept power system in this show. Like the abilities are all wild. Is it animated by Mappa? I think yes. Which means the staff are abused and it sucks.
Season 2 stuff is fantastic, and they made the movies with Mappa as well.
Complete. Shit! Pass! Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, like, to not watch the show would mean that the animators are not getting any recognition for the work that they put in.
Yeah. It's one of those, we're trying to support the artist, not the company that they're...
But the problem is that, like, the company's the one that, like, ends up getting the fucking money for the work. Which is such a bummer. Supporting this product made with man misery. I agree. I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I won't fault you for it. But at the same time, it's like...
Yeah, I just remind people with it, like, it's, like, I'm absolutely on the same page, but also there's a lot more in this world that is made with human misery than we are not, like...
Yeah, do you like wearing clothes?
Yeah, I was like, you want me to talk about the socks and everything we're wearing right now? We're sitting from PCs that are from companies that are, like, people can't get the PC parts, so, like...
So... I haven't read the manga at all for Chainsaw Man. I've only seen the 12 episodes that have come out so far. but I am convinced that this show is gonna be a 10 out of 10 for me when it all is said and done.
Yeah.
Like, I really liked Chainsaw Man.
I'm gonna be so disappointed if season 2 is not as good as the first season.
The Chainsaw Man manga is superior, far, far superior. That's crazy, because the anime's good.
Oh no, I know I need to read the manga more, just because, like, people are like, the manga? The manga.
The anime is a bloodbath. Well, I mean, like, he's a man made of chainsaws. Of course it's gonna be a bloodbath. That just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? I've heard some spoilers from the manga. Again, I'm fairly, like, spoiler, like, immune. Because, like, yeah, you can, like, explain, you can, like, say this thing happens, but, like, there's context that goes into this stuff that, like, there's a lot of things that go into it. But, oh, you mean it's production. Fair enough. Oh, because this is also Mappa, isn't it? God damn it.
Yeah. That's why I was like, we're not going to get the next season for a couple years.
Yeah, just wait until the end of the first arc. I mean, the thing that I heard a lot of anime fans saying when the first season ended is like, all right, that's the tutorial. Time to move on to the real shit. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm very excited to see where this goes. This is one of those ones that, like, I'm going to avoid the manga because I do think the anime experience is quite good. And I would like to just, like, have that week-to-week watching experience. But who knows? I said the same thing about Attack on Titan years ago, and then I ended up, like, falling into it and just reading the manga. That could happen with this as well. Avoid the manga, it'll ruin it, lol. You'll be like the average One Piece fan. Yes. People don't know how to shut the fuck up. But yeah, Chainsaw Man, very, very good. Let's see.
Did you ever watch Black Butler?
I watched like 3 episodes of Black Butler. I was not a fan.
No, totally understand. It is definitely a show for some, but not all.
Yeah, I got like a few episodes into this one, and I was like, this is not my cup of tea. I got like, yeah, I gave it 3 episodes, and then I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. Overlord? Yeah, we'll talk about Overlord. I really like Overlord. This is I think a lot of isekais are pretty bad. Not a super hot take, I don't think. But this one's interesting enough. We get, like, a bad guy as the focal point. He's, like, an arch-lich who gets, like... He's, like, a character... He's a guy who's, like, max level in a MOBA. And he is hanging out in the game server as the game is about to get shut down. And when the time comes for the server to get shut down, he doesn't get logged out. Instead, he just, like, becomes a part of the world itself. And now he's just, like, this super high-level, ultimate evil character. And he's just like, fuck it, let's try and rule the world. And it's got, like, this One Punch Man kind of aspect to it where, like, he's just, like, obviously stronger than everyone else. And that's, like, true for even the people that are, like, underneath him. Like, his maids and shit are, like, infinitely stronger than, like, top military men and shit. So, it's never really a concern of, like, oh, how are they going to overcome this conflict in terms of, like, raw power? The show's actually, like, very much a political show, and it's actually very interesting. I think the show's great. Because it's just like you get to have the fun of like, oh, my super overpowered main character is like kicking someone's ass, and that can be like super like therapeutic given like the context of the show at some points. But also there's just a lot of like scheming in the background and like manipulating his way towards world domination rather than like doing it through an iron fist. He's like, I'm just gonna like get people to kneel, like bow the knee to me through like political means instead. It's fun. you like the Attack on Titan anime is better than the manga. I agree. You feel like the Jujutsu Kaisen anime is really good, however the manga's art is just out of this world. I haven't seen the artwork for JJK. I do think that the anime for Attack on Titan did a very good job. I know people are very torn on the ending of Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
I think it's like
I think it's hard to almost recommend it sometimes, just because some parts of the pacing are really hard to get for people to get through.
I think the show overall is very well done.
I just know a lot of people like season 2 was like hard to get through.
I don't know. I never really felt that fatigue personally. You realize you can't get into an anime if it doesn't get dark or have an interesting premise. I mean, everyone's got their tastes, right, Nebby? Like, it's totally fine to be like, oh, I like things that delve into slightly darker and deeper storylines. That's cool. Attack on Titan, I think, is, alongside Death Note, one of the easiest introductory animes for people to get into. Like, that first episode of Attack on Titan, I think, is, like, one of the strongest hooks for any series ever.
It is one, yeah. It's a very good one.
It's just like, surprise! Shit sucks and everything's bad and the main character's mom is dead. Welcome to the show. It's like, oh!
I remember watching it on Netflix, and I was walking to school watching it.
Mm-hmm.
That was my experience with it.
You liked Attack on Titan Season 1, you did not like the rest, you liked the mystery. I disliked the unraveling of the mystery. I thought the reveal of it being, I guess I won't spoil it if people haven't seen it. But I do like the twists, and I think they take the show in an interesting direction once it's revealed. You haven't watched Attack on Titan. Interesting. If you like
I don't
dark,
think you're missing out if you don't watch it, but also once you get to the twist, you might have to rewatch or look up what they're talking about.
You know all the spoilers. Yeah, but Snacks might be lurking, and I think Snacks is like very not anime proficient, so I don't want to say like too much about spoilers. Especially since like this is one I would recommend.
There she be.
There she be. You choose a mystery, but opens potential. You remember you making... yeah. It's good, Counterfeit. It's a good show. Okay, what other... Demon Slayer is another big shonen that's out right now. Okay. This show is a gorgeously animated mediocre story. I think it's good. I don't like Tanjiro as a protagonist. I think he's boring as soup. And Zenitsu basically drags the whole show down by a full, like, number grade for me.
Yeah, good's probably where I'd put it as well, because, like, God, the animation is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, like, this show is a masterclass in, like, polishing a turd.
That's so rude.
It's just, it's so pretty. It's such a pretty, well-animated, high-octane action show. You don't even think it's that good looking? I mean, I think it's pretty hard to look at the final fight scene in Season 2 and say that it's not a good-looking show.
Uh-huh.
You think 8.49 is way too high of a rating? I agree. It has so many effects. Yeah, it does. They are putting a ton of effects on it. And I do think it ends up like getting a bit too loud at some points. Spamming effects doesn't make it well animated, sure, but there are definitely moments of like well choreographed action inside of this show, though, Caro.
Yeah, there's still good stuff, especially like even with like if we're taking action aside, there is still storytelling happening for each of the characters.
Yeah, but I don't
Like there
think it's
is
very
still a
good.
background.
I don't think it's very good storytelling.
The whole point of it though is that they don't need a lot of storytelling. That's kind of like
If
what
you're
an
telling,
aspect of
a
the show is.
story, you should probably have storytelling.
There is storytelling.
It's not very good though.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You're the one that just fucking shot down the love Hashira.
Yeah, because she doesn't do anything.
She's good.
Fight scenes with vague plot in between. That's how I feel about this show, yes. You're not a huge fan of the current trends anime, but I think we're looking better. Like, we're lowly getting in a better direction, like how Bleach looks. I've heard a lot of good things about the new Bleach stuff, and I'll probably end up checking it out. Isn't that what all shonen's about? Yeah, but some are a lot more proficient at, like, weaving in storytelling alongside the fight, though. Like, oh, JoJo. Oh. I guess we could talk about JoJo real quick. I got through the first 3 parts of JoJo, and I got about halfway through part 4.
Got through 2 episodes.
The first part is rough. Jujutsu Kaisen is kind of a story told through fights. Yeah. Honestly, like, the thing that I've seen with the most recent Jujutsu Kaisen stuff is that it's a lot of fighting. And I know they're, like, telling a narrative through those fights. Like, that's kind of the point. Because, like, it's 2 opposing sides clashing with each other. But a lot of the characters that are involved in the fight are ones that I'm like, I don't know who you are. So I don't feel super invested in this fight.
Can everyone wear a name tag?
Yeah, there are a lot of... I find myself, like... One thing I'll say about Jujutsu Kaisen is that I have such a hard time remembering character names for that show. I don't know why. Like, there's, like, Gojo and Itadori and Nanami, and then I, like, start to blank on character names, like, shortly after that list. Nobara? See, I don't remember. That's the girl, right?
Yep,
That's the girl with the nails?
Kugasaki Nobara.
Okay, cool.
They usually call her Kugasaki, is why you sometimes don't recognize
Yeah,
her.
but, like, I just wish she did more. I think she's such a cool character. I just wish she didn't get relegated to the sidelines as much as she does.
I think it's a part of it is with the curse technique stuff, but, like, yeah.
Jogo and Gojo, and there's one other. Goto, I think, is also... Goto, yeah. It's, like, all at the same time. That's rough. Part 2 of JoJo is a significant step up from the second part of JoJo, or from the first part. Oh, God. Part 2... Oh, God. Alright. Generic girl boss. I don't... Like... Yeah, but I prefer a girl boss type character over a doormat.
It's been fun, though, because she doesn't take shit. And she likes to say shit back, so I appreciate that much.
That's the manga. Ugh.
Yeah, they have manga and anime on here. That you can look.
Stone Ocean, Part 2. Never mind. Anime girl who says Ora. Yeah. Fuck. I guess I'll do Stardust Crusaders, because I can't find 2. Stardust Crusaders I've enjoyed quite a bit. Though it is probably too long. And then Part 4, I got about halfway through. Here's your JoJo power ranking. Hit me, Caro.
I will be right back.
You got it. The dog! Oh no, not Iggy. So, I've heard this is the best part. Well, actually, I've heard Part 5 is also really good. I think I watched like 8 or 9 episodes of Part 4. 4, 2, 6, 3, 1, 5. Okay. The thing is, like, I think that's, like, roughly where the, like, slice of life battle of the week style of the story ends, and then, like, the actual overarching part starts to kick in. but I ended up like not sticking around for that part of the show. I'll come back to it at some point, I'm sure. It's just a matter of when. Yeah, so afraid of watching anything other than 3. Really? I'm gonna put this as very good for now. Pro watch it out of order. Ban him. JoJo fans are particularly venomous when it comes to part skipping, from my understanding. Okay, what other shonens? There's got to be like more big name shonens out there that I'm missing right now. I haven't seen Black Clover. Though I've heard like that show's better than people originally thought it was going to be. I haven't seen Boruto, nor am I ever going to watch Boruto. I haven't seen Fist of the North Star. I haven't... Gurren Lagann? We'll talk about Gurren Lagann. I guess we can start talking about some of the Studio Trigger stuff. Gurren Lagann is a masterpiece. You think Naruto's ending was bad because Sasuke and Naruto were better lovers to each other than their partners? I mean, what I was saying earlier in the stream is that I think Naruto and Sasuke fucking sucks, and that Naruto didn't really have a good reason to want to rescue him. And I think Sasuke should have just fucking gotten murdered at the end of the series. I think that would have been a more appropriate ending for his character. Guilty Crown. I've never seen Guilty Crown. Gurren Lagann is like A+, top tier. Some of the most over-the-top, bombastic action you'll find in any show. Like I said, I don't particularly care for mech animes very much, but this one is so fucking good. If Miura wrote to Naruto. Yeah. I just don't like Sasuke as a character. I don't think the motivation of Naruto trying to rescue him was justified because they didn't spend enough time. Hunter x Hunter, that was the first show we talked about. That's one of the first shows we talked about. It's a 10 out of 10. I haven't... Yu Yu Hakusho is one that I need to watch more of. Is that how you spell it? Yeah. I think I've seen like 4 episodes of Yu Yu Hakusho, and I hear it gets very good as it goes on. The beginning of it was like pretty whatever for me, but I've heard nothing but good things about it, so I'll have to give it... I'm not gonna rank this one yet. It's a long investment. As someone who's watched One Piece multiple times, you can't scare me off from a show by being like, it's 100 episodes, yeah, whatever. That's baby talk. Naruto fell in love with Sasuke and wanted to have the chance to build a relationship, and so, yeah, nah. Naruto's okay. I gave Naruto, the original, an 8, and then Shippuden a 7. It has all the charm of 90s anime. Yes, very at 90s. The pros and cons. I can already imagine. Original Dragon Ball, I already got on here. I like it better than DBZ. I haven't watched anything besides those two. I think I saw like one episode of Super, and I was like, no, I'm good. Dragon Ball just doesn't... Like, current Dragon Ball stuff just does not interest me, like, whatsoever. I don't want to watch multi-dimensional... buff men flying around and shit. Okay. I think we're good on shonen. What's that hated, overpowered dude in the game anime? Oh, Sword Art Online?
SAO, we haven't done that.
Yeah, let's start talking about isekais, I guess. Sword Art Online, fuck, man. It has such a strong... It's Kirito. It has such a strong initial premise, but it's so shit. This show's bad.
It sucks too because like the first couple of episodes when they're introducing the idea and they're going through like the terror aspect, it was like, oh fuck yeah, like it was just really cool because you're just like, no one knows what's going on. It's all like dark as shit. But then it just slowly became an isekai.
We already talked about Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail got a bad. I gave it a 4. I fucking hate Fairy Tail. So like the initial I didn't watch Gun Gale. I was so done with this series after this initial like batch of episodes. Like the first 12, it starts out strong. It's like, oh, Kirito's like trapped in this world and everyone's kind of stuck. And this is like one of the first times I had seen that kind of premise in a show before, so it was really interesting.
We die in real life.
And he like meets all these characters, and there's like this slight dark edge to it. And Kirito's like just this power fantasy type character, which would become just like the most milquetoast cookie cutter generic definition of what this character is going to be for so many of these types of shows. And then like when the ending to the first part just is so not thought out, it's just like, and that's it. That's the end. And then it goes to the fantasy world stuff where he's like has the weird incestuous relationship with his sister, and there's like weird rapey shit with like the elf guy, and the main love interest goes from being like a badass to literally damsel in distress type character.
Don't forget about the child thing they have.
Hell yeah, the weird like AI child thing that's like God, this show sucks. Fuck, this show's actually very bad. Like, this show sucks. Imagine Image of SAO was like Death Note and relied upon people in the game cooperating with investigators to defeat the curator, and it's a mystery. Man, that sounds way better than what we actually got. We'll talk about, let's do some more, fucking isekais.
Oran High School Host Club.
I haven't watched that one.
You haven't watched?
I have not watched Oran High School. I'm sorry.
Oh man, that is a fucking memory maker.
Konosuba. This is a comedy isekai. I like this show quite a bit. Attack on Titan High School. I've watched that one. I watched that one. Konosuba's one of the rare comedy animes that's actually funny. It's very good. You heard so much shit about this. It's funny. Some say shit. It depends. I think the show's funny. I think it's good. It's our main character dies in a way where he thinks that he's saving a girl that's about to get hit by a truck, because it's a parody of shonen or of isekai shit. But it turns out that he like died of a heart attack because he thought he was gonna get hit by a truck, but instead he wasn't. And then this girl is like the goddess that's in charge of reincarnating him, but she acts like a bitch to him while she's like explaining the rules. And then she's like, you get to take one item with you to the new world, where when you get reincarnated. He's like, I'm taking you with me. Sucks to suck. You shouldn't have been a bitch. And then she gets trapped along with him, and they end up like forming a adventure guild party together where everyone's incompetent. Like Megumin here is like a mage that specializes in explosion magic, because she thinks it's the coolest type of magic, but she can only like fire off one spell before she drains all of her mana and becomes like useless. And they're like, well, why don't you cast a different spell? She's like, why would I learn any other kind of magic besides the coolest type of magic? Explosion magic. And you're like, based. Good choice. And then there's Darkness, who's like the paladin of the group. And she's a protective paladin because she's a sadist. She's a masochist. And she just wants to get the shit beaten out of her all the time. It's a good show. It's funny. ReZero? Yeah, we can talk about ReZero. I've seen the first season of ReZero. I have, and like one episode of season 2. Or no, it's like a couple episodes of season 2. I need to get caught up on it. It's what I've seen is good. There it is. This is also like an 8. This is another isekai. Though it's just like it's so vaguely an isekai. It's just our main character is now in a different world. That's just it. They don't really explain it. He just is. And he's just like
it has the death loop stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like the thing that makes this show like really stand out. Who's best girl? From the first season, it was Rei. Main character is
a
Akar.
very specific character that most people call their best girl.
Yeah. I don't know. So he's like a regular guy inside this fantasy world with like magic and shit. But it turns out like when he fucking dies, he just like respawns at like randomly determined saved points. But he still like experiences death, and the show's pretty dark at points. Like
very, very,
very dark at some points.
You haven't seen season 2.
I haven't.
There's some fucked up scenes in season 2.
I mean,
I was like, oh.
There were fucked up scenes in season 1, so that doesn't surprise me too much.
No, I know. It was just like having to see it animated. I was like, I'm scared.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's one of those like cross between. They do a good line between cute and like creepy and gory, like because they mix all of them together really well. So there's a part in season 2 that I was like, oh shit, that sucks. That sucks.
Yeah, the pacing, the rabbit scene.
The rabbit scene.
The pacing of the show is actually really good because like it has like this ebb and flow of like, oh, like things are starting to look up. He's like figured out what he needs to do. Oh, new problem shows up. Everyone's fucking dead. Rinse, repeat, over and over. Main character goes through so much trauma.
Yep.
Good show. No Game No Life is an isekai, right?
Pretty much, yeah. It's following just a gamer brother and sister going into a game world.
This show is so fun. It definitely it has too much of the lonely anime nerd thing going on for it. Just like, look at all these hot girls that flock to the main character because he's smart. And it's like, okay. But the premise of the show is a lot of fun. They get teleported to a world where like all conflict is determined through like games. But there's like power systems and a bunch of like crazy super powerful shit. But our two main protagonists it's like a brother and sister duo that they're like adopted brother and sister.
Yeah, it says right there, blank. Sora and Shiro.
Sora and Shiro, that's it, yeah.
Read the synopsis that's in front of you.
I'm not gonna read the synopsis.
At least you can get the names.
Trying to remember that shit on my own.
Okay. But
I don't like how touchy-feely the 10-year-old sister part of the show is. It's got some creepy shit in it that I'm not a fan of.
Did you ever watch Zero no Tsukaima? Or Zero's Familiar?
No, I have not.
Spelled out sounds Zerono, and then Tsukaima is Tsukaima.
Zero no Tsukaima. No, I've never seen this before in my life.
Absolutely.
Louis Francois Leblanc de la Valliere is a self-absorbed mage in a world of wands, cloaks, and royalty. Yeah, I'm okay. This is the type of thing like I see the poster for and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch that. I
watched every season.
Yeah.
And I was addicted. So I wanted to make exploding magic.
Exploding magic. I'm trying to think of like any other isekais that I've watched. And I can't think of any.
I'm going through my list.
Sports anime.
Haikyuu.
Yep. We'll talk about Haikyuu.
Haikyuu.
Haikyuu's so good.
So good.
Haikyuu is so good. I don't give a shit about volleyball. Haikyuu's so good. Like, when it's so hype. This show gets so hype.
Oh, you probably never watched it. The Rising of the Shield Hero is an isekai.
Yeah, I've seen enough episodes to know that I don't like that show. I'm gonna put it on here.
I thought it was not too bad, especially because they do have redemption at least eventually.
I know this. I know that I don't like this show very much. I know there are people that like it. I know it's not for me. Yeah, Haikyuu, volleyball, hype volleyball, woo!
Beat him down.
Beat him down. I can't really say much about it. It's just volleyball, but it's like the characters are plucky underdogs, and they're constantly having to like try their best to win, and it just feels good to watch. Good show, not for you either. Totally fair. I've only watched 2 sports animes. The other one that I've watched is Hajime no Ippo.
Oh, there's a Kuroko no Basuke.
No. Hajime no Ippo is a boxing anime, and this is a 10 out of 10. I love Hajime no Ippo. It's just the tale of a kid who starts from nothing and learns to become a, like, top-tier boxer. And the author of this series, it's very clear he loves boxing. He knows a lot about boxing, so there's a lot of detail. And it's like, we get to learn all the cool ins and outs of what it means to, like, actually be a boxer. And it's just this constant cycle of, like, here's your next opponent. This is the type of style that they specialize in. You're going to need to learn to overcome it by training in a certain way. And it's just so well done. And the fights are one of the things that this show does so well in its fights is its sound design. Like, every impact has like so much force behind it, and you can hear and feel it with like the sweat splashing off their bodies, and they like use fucking jet engines revving up when the main character like goes into his signature move, and it just really adds a sense of like momentum, and it's so good. This show's so fucking good. It's got like 4 seasons out, and they come out like years apart from each other. Like the first part of it came out in like 2000, and then like every like 6 or 7 years they'll drop like another part of Ippo, and it's always great. But there's like more manga chapters of Hajime no Ippo than there are of One Piece. Like there's like 1,400 chapters of this fucking boxing anime or boxing manga. And I haven't read it, but there's a part of me that kind of really wants to read it.
There was a shonen we missed, which was Black Clover.
I haven't watched Black Clover.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I brought that one up. I haven't watched it. I also brought up Boruto, which I have not watched, nor ever will watch. I will go to my grave having never seen a single episode of that show. All right. So we're done with shonen, and so let's do Slice of
Abyss?
Made in the Abyss. I haven't seen Made in the Abyss. No! I want to. It's on Hulu. It's on Hulu. I don't have it. Akami Got Kill, I believe Dimmy Doo brought up earlier.
But my friend has it, actually.
Akami Got Kill sucks. The show is bad. It starts out so good, and it just turns to shit. in like the last third of it. Like, it has an interesting premise, but it like just completely fumbles the ball as it goes. And apparently, like, the anime finished before the manga did, and I remember talking with my roommate at the time, and he was like, "Oh, that's really different from where the manga's going. That's really stupid," because he like stopped watching the anime and was reading the manga instead. And then it turns out that it actually was what was going to happen in the manga. So like, I guess the author got into contact with the studio that was making the show and was just like, "Hey, here's where the story's gonna go," and they just like adapted it before the manga had done it, which is wild because I've never seen that before in like any show. Anyway, this show sucks. Don't watch it. Kill la Kill. You sent me a video about Canada. Did I watch it? No, I haven't watched it yet. I was planning on watching it, but then I saw it was an hour and a half long. So, Kill la Kill's a slice of life? No, it's not. Neither is a Kami Got Killed.
Yeah, it's not. It really isn't.
Kill la Kill is very good.
It's just a fun anime about people who want to wear clothes and look cute.
Yeah, that honestly, yeah.
That's what the premise is at the end.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I don't know. They fight. It's got high octane action. It's got that wild Gainax sense of energy and momentum.
It's got a lot of Japanese stuff.
It's about Nortel. It's only the first half. We were moving on to Slice Life. Yeah. It's also gay. True. This show's great. It's worth a watch for sure. What other Gainax stuff? I guess I can write down Fooly Cooly now.
Yay!
So I watched this yesterday. You would consider Kill la Kill a comedy action. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. A homosexual show. Also accurate. So me and Zeldy watched this the other day. I had never seen it before. Zeldy seems to really like it. I would give it like a fine.
I like the fever dream.
This show is like so hard to parse what the hell is actually happening. Have I watched Made in the...
We're gonna get Made in Abyss in here soon.
I have not watched Made in the Abyss. It kept airing. It kept airing on streaming services that I just don't have access to.
It was on Crunchyroll.
I've never found it on Crunchyroll. I've looked multiple times and it's never on there.
Well, that's where originally I think I saw it airing.
Mm-hmm. It's I've heard it's really good. I have no doubt it's really good. I really want to watch it.
Oh.
Kaido.to. I don't like using. It's on Amazon Prime. I don't have Amazon Prime.
I have that.
D. Greyman. I haven't watched D. Greyman. Fooly Cooly was so wild. It's early 2000s. It's like 2002. This came out. It's got a lot of energy. Things are constantly moving and going all over the place. There's like some well shot action. But if you were to ask me what actually happens in this fucking show, I have no idea. Like, a kid gets hit by a car a lot, and then he gets eaten by a robot and fights other robots. And there's a lot of, like, young children sexual angst stuff. Because it's supposed to be a show about puberty. What about Redline? Haven't seen Redline. D. Greyman is so fucking good. The manga is generally one of the most beautiful shonen manga you've ever read. Noted. I will have to check that shit out. Let's see. What other Gainax trigger stuff? Oh, Edge Runners. This show was great. This show was very good. Just a tale of broken people trying to rebel against society and ultimately getting overtaken. And beautifully animated, such a sense of style to it. Health made music for it. Health is your favorite band. So fair.
Did you watch Promise Neverland?
I've seen the first episode of Promised Neverland, so I don't think I can make an actual opinion about that show yet. I heard the first season's great. I heard don't watch the second episode. Lucy, that's a good-looking anime girl. We will not deny.
Oh, we didn't talk about Tokyo Ghoul, but...
Oh, yeah, let's talk about Tokyo Ghoul.
We missed a big one.
Tokyo Ghoul is fine.
We also didn't say Science Gate either.
This show is just Hot Topic blended down into a drink. It's the identity of like every 15-year-old in like the mid to late 2000s. It's so edgy. It's so edgy. And everyone wears ties and has black hair and drinks coffee and has red eye. It's just goth and scene kid core to its bones. And then it has just like its opening theme is just like the war cry of a generation of misunderstood people.
Steins Gate.
Yep, Steins Gate. Steins Gate is a time travel anime. It's a masterpiece. I love this show. It is about Okabe Rintaro, who is a recently graduated high school student who's living in a apartment above a TV rental shop, who is basically like pretending to be like a mad scientist in order to like help his childhood friend overcome her trauma. And they are obsessed with like doing little scientific experiments and stuff. You had to stop this anime like 5 times because it's so slow. Yes, the first half of it is like fairly slow. I will 100% agree with that, but I think the second half of the show is so strong that and the second half is like, it takes all that buildup that the first 8 episodes that took its time building on, and it like utilizes all this stuff that it like went out of its way to establish, and it's so good. And it's like it goes from like slice of life, typical anime BS stuff to just like existential nightmare fuel, and I love it. I adore this show. I've seen about half of Steins Gate Zero as well, which is like the sequel series that came out like many years later that revolves around an alternate timeline version of our main character, where he fails to do the thing that he ends up doing at the end of the series, and he's just like a broken husk of a man, and you kind of watch him like learn to become what he needs. Was just plain or having depression. Yeah, basically. I got about halfway through this. It was Okabe just being depressed. Yep, I got about halfway through this. It's definitely not as good as the first series because it's like... Granted, maybe it comes up later, but it doesn't have a lot of this, as much of the interesting stuff that the first series had. But I still think it was like... Yeah, if I stopped halfway through, I don't think I can give it an 8. I would put it like a 7, and it's like on hold. Maybe I'll get back to it someday, though I kind of doubt it.
Soul Eater.
Soul Eater, thank you. I've watched all of Soul Eater. This show...
I did also watch Soul Eater Not, but it wasn't like that same thing, but it was cute.
Bungo Stray Dogs? I have not watched Bungo Stray Dogs.
That's one that's on the list.
Let's see. Soul Eater is really good. The ending is really bad.
Yeah, the ending could have been more. It's
an anime original ending, right? From my understanding.
Is it?
Yeah. Because the manga wasn't done when they got to it.
Yeah, that was true. The manga looks a lot different from the anime too. There was a lot of different artistic changes.
But this show's, just say, it's another fairly short shonen series, but it's got like great action, fun characters. This is just like a condensed down version of what is good about shonen shows. I don't really have much else to say about it. It's worth a watch. If you like, if you are like Halloween core, then this is like the show for you.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. What slice of life shows have I watched? A couple. Let's see. My Love Story? Yeah, Ori Monogatari. I really liked this show.
It's extremely cute.
It's so fucking cute.
The whole point is like, don't judge a book by its cover, and the cover is so cute.
It's just a story about this like high school student who's just the biggest man. He is the largest, burliest looking motherfucker, and he gets a crush on just like this tiny, cute little anime girl, and he like spends the first few episodes being like, oh, I really like her, but she could never like someone like me. But then it turns out that she does like him. And then we get a bunch of episodes of them just being really cute and wholesome together. And it's just a all-around feel-good show.
Did you ever watch Ah My Goddess or like Oh My Goddess?
No. No, I haven't even heard of that one. Oh, what's the Yamato-kun and the Seven Witches or something like that? Yeah. Yamada-kun. This show is average. This is just your very typical harem anime. Like our main character. I think it's like main character. So I chose to attend a different high school where no one would know about his violent delinquent. Yeah, he's like a delinquent, and then he meets a girl, but she's secretly a witch. Causes them to tumble down the stairs and ends up kissing her. And it turns out when he kisses witches, he switches bodies with them, and then it's not very good. I'll be honest with you. I think I watched this one because my roommate at the time was like, hey, there's this show I want to watch, and I watched it with him. It was okay. It was nothing to write home about. It felt very typical dumb anime stuff. Have we done Erased? We haven't done Erased. God, I love so much about this show. I think the show's great. If the ending of it was just if the twist reveal was less obvious and the ending was a little different, I think the show would have been like a 10 out of 10. But there's so much good stuff about this. Like the opening of it is incredible. Like the song that plays at the beginning is so good. The relationship between these two characters is just heartwarming. And the stuff that this character particularly has to go through is heartbreaking. I feel so bad for her all the time. It's got some time travel stuff. Main character. It's an awesome short anime. Yeah, this is one that you can easily just sit down and binge in a day without like much issue. I like this show quite a bit. One show that always like pairs itself in my head with it for some reason is Parasite.
I was gonna say Parasite.
I really like this show too. So there are these like alien spores that make their way to Earth, and they like implant themselves inside of people and like they eat the brain of the person, and then they assimilate into human society, taking on the form of humans. And our main character is also going to be like one of those people, but due to like a bunch of like circumstance, the alien isn't able to get into his brain, and instead it like implants itself into his arm instead and takes over his arm. So like he's still human, but he has like this like alien parasite growing out of him, and it like adapts and evolves and it's a show about like humanity, what it means to be human. You see like these parasites slowly, like they're killing machines that are bent on like initially like domination, but once they learn that like humans are too strong, or like there's no way that they'd be able to overtake humanity with their like limited numbers, they like kind of change their mentality into like, let's just try and like assimilate, or like some of them start to think like that. And it's a really interesting tale of like, exactly, do you need to be human to have humanity, or is it just like an aspect of being alive? It's a very interesting deconstruction and like inward facing camera, and it's got very good action. It's got a lot of gore and dark subject matter inside of it, but it's a really interesting story. I like this one quite a bit. Have you seen this one, Zelda?
I have seen Parasite.
Yeah. Do you agree?
I would agree, yeah.
Yeah. I think the show's great.
I didn't like stay hooked on it, but I did watch it.
Okay, fair enough. I guess we can talk about Berserk.
Sciencey like topics sometimes like go over my head with animes, just because it's like I'm trying to keep up, but there's a lot of lore happening at the same time for explanation of why XYZ is here, and then I'm like, I can't wrap my head totally around this, but I'm focusing. I get it, just not fully there.
This is the Berserk anime that came out in the 90s. Yes. Okay. Fuck. Berserk is great. Berserk is a masterpiece of a story, and it's never had like a super good adaptation. So like this is the best adaptation that we've gotten of it. That and like the movies that come alongside it. I'm gonna say that this is like a very good anime because it covers the like golden age era of the manga. Well, we started talking about a bunch of seinen stuff, so now I'm just like kind of on that.
Yeah, we just kind of kept jumping around.
We're just kind of jumping around at this point. So if there's stuff that you've seen, you can like put it into chat. Berserk is it's just slice. There's no life. It's just slice. I'm actually gonna go out of my way and look up the Berserk manga because I have been reading through that. And because the manga is just a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. I am on volume 10 of like the mega stuff. I'm almost caught up. It's so good. This is a fantastic story. And if you haven't read, it's incredibly dark. It's very bleak. But it's the tale of like a broken man learning to trust again multiple times. Because he's probably had like the hardest life of any character I can think of. He just is run through the dirt his entire fucking life. And he's such a badass because of it. Okay. Start throwing animes at me.
Beastars.
I haven't watched Beastars.
Oh, boo.
Bakano?
That is right.
Bakano.
Also, Bakemono Gatari.
Bakano is a fucking Quentin Tarantino movie. If it was an anime, it's just this small condensed story told from like multiple characters' point of view, and it's great. Did we do Madoka? We haven't done Madoka yet. Bakano is fantastic. This show is so good. Just a lot of fun, cool characters bouncing off each other. There's like Durarara, which is like made by the same author. I do not think it's as good as Bakano, but it has a lot of the same kind of story beats of like jumping from multiple different characters' point of view to tell like the complete story. They're fun. They're different. They're unique. There's the Doulahan that wears like a motorcycle outfit and has like a cat girl helmet the entire time, and that's just like such a vibe. It's a good look. Madoka. Maguki.
Madoka.
Madoka Magica is a magical girl show.
A slice of something.
It's a slice of something. This show's great. It's also a lot.
It's good though.
This show is a deconstruction of the magical girl genre, where it starts with like this. It has like a very cutesy pastel, soft outer exterior, and a barbed wire filled interior. It is a dark time, but it goes like, nothing bad ever happens in this anime. Nope, because it gets rewritten.
Over and over and over.
And over and over and over and over. Clannad. We'll talk about Clannad and Clannad After Story.
You can't mention Clannad without mentioning the actor.
Well, so Clannad is made by Kyoto Animation, which you can tell by the giant bug eyes that the girls have. This is a anime that was based on a dating sim, I believe. So it falls into like a lot of the problems that dating sims tend to have, or dating sim animes tend to have, which is just like, we have our main character, we have like the 7 or 8 love interests that were inside of the game, and they each need to have like their own little arc inside of the show, so that the fans of the game and the fans of their favorite girl have like a canon ending in the manga or in the anime for them to like latch onto. So there's all like this subtext or whatever. It's fluff. Like the original Clannad is like it's fine.
Yeah, it's just a generic.
After Story, however, is really interesting.
Yeah.
Because like, so they took like this fairly generic whatever romance slice of dating sim show, and they said, hey, what if we like made a sequel series to it that follows after high school? A wild idea. He chooses one of the girls, he gets married to her, they have kids, very sad things happen. It's great. It might even be a masterpiece. This is one of the few shows that I remember I got to like one episode of it, and it like I felt like a pit in my stomach for like days.
I remember literally just like watching it and just like being on my bed crying, like, oh my god.
Yeah, this show is not afraid to make you feel very sad. Like very, very sad.
Yeah, good fucking one-liners that will tear your heart.
But it's just like a very down-to-earth depiction of like life as an adult. Which is something that you just don't see enough of in anime a lot of the time. It's just like, here's like, things might suck for a while after high school because like, maybe you don't go to college. Maybe you're gonna like not have a lot of money, so you gotta find things. You can live your life twice. Yeah, exactly. It's just a reminder of how shitty adult it is.
Did you ever watch Chobits?
I have not watched Chobits. Let's talk about Anohana, though.
Yeah, that was another one I was thinking of.
You lost a girlfriend to cancer for reference. Well, yeah, Clannad After Story might be a bit rough for you then. I'll be honest with you.
The storyline they follow in Clannad the after story is very sad.
It's a very sad show. It's a very sad show with people doing it. Your Lie in April, we'll talk about that one too, you're right.
God. I have an image I can send you.
Where is how do you spell Anohana? Is it A-N-N?
It should be A-O. Like A-N-O. I have it on my thing. Where is it? Ano hi mita, like it's like a long name.
Oh. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
It's the flower I saw that day. So
There it is. This show's fine. I know
fine.
it's not a 6. It's like it's good.
Counterfeit. He hasn't seen Ouran High School Host
I have
Club,
not
so
seen.
we
I have not
cannot
seen
grade
it.
it. I would grade it, but he can't.
I've heard it's good. So like,
I'm just making a list of what I get to subject you to now.
my sister really likes this show, and she's the one that showed it to me. And she's like, this one broke me. We watched it in English, so maybe that's why. I tend to have like a hard time taking like a lot of English dubs seriously, because
It's hard to.
it feels like the way they're directed a lot of the time is just like, it feels stilted to me.
People just also don't get the directing sometimes. Like, if they had actually watched or listened to the episode before they're like going to do the voice line, they'd understand how to give it, because the people who did the original voice acting do it perfect. Like, I don't get how they're like, okay, here's my line in English. I'm gonna choose not to listen or watch this show at all to influence me, but like, I'll just come up with a random great way to say this line that doesn't fit.
That could definitely be part of it. I think one reason that I tend to see a lot is that a lot of voice actors are directed to try and deliver their line in a way that lines up with like the mouth flaps.
Yeah.
So they have to like, they'll sometimes have to pause at weird points inside their sentence in order to like make it fit within like the animation that's available. And that doesn't happen with like the original language, because like the animation is typically made after the voice lines have been made and been animated with those voice lines in mind. So it's like they can deliver the line in a way that sounds natural to them, and then the animation will reflect that, as opposed to like localized versions that kind of have to do it in the reverse order. Anyway, this is a show about a group of friends grieving and trying to overcome the loss of a friend of theirs, and it's got a lot of melodrama. Some of it works, some of it does not. Like, for example, these two characters, I did not particularly care for either of them. I did like her, and I did like him. Honestly, the main character, I was like so whatever on. It's, I don't know, it's just a show. It's a show about like grief and overcoming grief, and learning to live with like the things that you did, and moving on, and self-forgiveness.
Just like Angel Beats.
Yeah, we'll talk about Angel Beats too. I've only watched about half of it though.
Yeah, the ending ones are fun to me, just because there's a lot of like accepting your past stuff in it.
Yeah, I think I got about like 8 episodes into Angel Beats. It was good. It has a lot of that like typical anime, oh lol, so random humor that I don't find particularly funny.
Yeah, it definitely has lots of like little bits and pieces. There's parts of it that are like pretty good, and I definitely was the anime kid that learned how to play the beginning piano piece of the opening.
It's got a lot of that like flanderdization kind of stuff that you see in anime, where it's like, here's this character, here's his one thing, and that's what he's gonna do for the entire show. And I've just never been a huge fan of shows that have like a large ensemble cast that just kind of do that thing.
Did you ever watch Dog Days?
No, I have not watched Dog Days. Yeah, I got about halfway through it. I kind of just didn't really feel the urge to continue on with it, and that to me is like usually the sign of a show that like at best will get like a 7. Like if it's a show that I think is like worth continuing with, I would have continued with, right? All right, Your Lie in April.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have completed Your Lie in April, and this show is great. It's a show about music. If you want to put it in like the least genuine way possible.
Yeah. Oh yeah, music.
It's a show about like
my broken heart.
Yeah, it's just like show about like young love and expressing yourself and learning to overcome your insecurities, and it's just a really good drama piece, and it's got some very sad stuff inside of it. And unlike Anohana for me, this one actually did hit quite a bit.
I have pictures of me sobbing from it because people were like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I'm not. I'm really not." Especially because I spent like, if you're watching it with like no idea of how anything about the story, and you get to the end bit and you're just like, you're watching the last episode and you're just crying from this, you're crying from the episode before it already. So you're just crying throughout another 30 minutes as it ends. Makes the it definitely makes the title that much more
my batteries
like, better too.
Okay.
Did you see EF A Tale of Memories?
No.
A random rare one. That one has like a lot of like another like messed up shit in it, but Elfin Light is another like old one that we could have like mentioned, but like I don't know, most people don't talk about it.
We'll talk about that one. Devilman Crybaby. This show is dark.
Oh, it's dark as fuck.
This show's
really
so dark.
Some people cannot stomach this show, I feel like.
It's violent, it's gory, it's explicit. It is a lot. It is a lot. It's on Netflix. Yummy. Our boy's the devil. He's the devil man. And things are dark and twisted. It's also only 10 episodes long.
Yeah, the first episode, if you could get through the first episode, you can get through the rest of the anime.
Yes.
God, the first episode is just, that's either people are completely not into it or they can get through it and they're good.
Time to watch it. Yeah, like the first episode will very clearly put on, it'll let you know what this show is about.
Yeah, you'll reach the point.
It does not hide its intentions. Like, is the first episode the one where he like masturbates so hard and it like splatters the ceiling, or is that a different episode?
I don't remember that bit. I just remembered the party.
Oh, like at the club. The club.
Yes.
Yeah, with
the club is the first scene. We get gore. We get violence,
the fang tits.
Like, we have so much shit going on.
The tits that are also a pair of sharpened fang mouths.
Yeah, whatever. Let them decide for themselves on that one.
I mean, if you're hearing, I feel like that's like a good way to let you know if you're. Oh, neat. Yep, it's dark. It's so dark.
But yeah, the club scene is like a great initial scene for that.
Yeah, this show dark.
Chaos.
This show very dark. Okay. Is it time to just like start going down the list of animes? It might be.
I've been doing lists still too. I've been saying ones, but I said Elfin Lied was another one, and you haven't done Dr. Stone either.
Oh, we'll talk about Dr. Stone.
I was like, you haven't talked about one of your faves.
That's not dark. That's a Tuesday, is it? Elfin Lied is shit. This show's so bad.
The reason it's not talked about.
Fuck, this show sucks. Oh, Death Parade, yeah. We'll talk about Death Parade too. So I'm trying to remember what happens in this show. It's like there's this girl named Lucy who has like these psychic invisible tendrils that she uses to like tear people apart. She's like part of this alien species. 15-year-old Snacks loved Elfin Lied. Yeah. It has a really good opening. That she used to murder everyone because of the experience. Yeah, she murders everyone and then she like regresses into like a childlike mind state as like a coping mechanism. And the show kind of revolves around her just like, I think they call her New or something like that because that's the sound she makes when they find her. I don't know. This show's bad. This was not a very good show. We got Death Parade. Death Parade was originally a short with one episode called like Death Darts, I think, or Death Billiards, which ended up like becoming the first half of the first episode. And this is made by Madhouse, so you know it's good quality. It's about a group of people who run a bar that is purgatory, and people who die are sent there in order to like be tested on whether they go to heaven or to hell through like an elevator that goes up and down. And it's got like this really cool sense of style, and like they have to like play like twisted versions of like everyday games like billiards or darts or poker or things like that. Battle game in 5 seconds. Have you watched that? I have not.
It is Death Billiards, by the way.
Death Billiards. That's what it was. That was the original thing that ended up inspiring this series. It's got a great opening. It's got a lot of style. It's only 12 episodes. It's great. This is a very good show. I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Dr. Stone?
Dr. Stone. I love Dr. Stone.
I still think it's very good. It's got a lot of classic anime trope kind of like.
Yes, it does.
For fantasy worlds.
It does, but I really like the idea of like our main character is just using science and like trying to advance a stone world to modern day. It's basically like Civ 5 the show.
Civ, but it's anime.
It's just Civ. It's just Civ 5 the show. You can't watch Dr. Stone. It's just so ridiculous. Yeah, like my biggest gripe with Dr. Stone is that like the people that they like become like against are so annoying. Like the antagonists are just always these like super over the top like Adonises of characters, and that I usually don't care that much about the main central conflict of like any given arc where they're like, oh, we have to overcome this antagonist. I just really like the segments where like, hey, here's like this super cool thing. Let me explain how like fucking ammonia is made, or let me show you how to make mirrors, or that kind of stuff I love. I think that's the strongest part about the show.
That's where I would agree is the strongest part of the show, is the explanation and how they're tying in realistic-esque things and not just being like, it's magic.
Yeah, and then like slowly, like, and it's like a slow progression where it's like, oh, well, we already established this thing or in one of the earlier episodes, so now we can use that thing in order to make another thing. Like, in the most recent season, there's just like a 10-minute part of the episode where he's like, explains how to make shampoo and how to make conditioner, and it's just like, I like that. I think that's fun.
It's educational.
It's educational, it's fun. All the characters are so fucking stoked about science, and that's fun too. Like every time Senku's like, alright, time to explain soap, they're like, oh my god! Soap! I have fun with this show. I also understand, like, I understand where Demi Doo's coming from entirely. Like,
yeah, it's one of those things that either like someone can get past it and they'll be like, yeah, this is good enough, and like I like what they're doing still, that I'll keep watching it. But there is aspects of the show that it's like, no, these characters are not the most interesting, and like I get, especially because the first episode's the whole like we just delete humanity and then start over.
Yeah.
And the characters we're given aren't the greatest start for new humanity characters, but
Dr. Stone makes me think about modern-day humans. We specialize in one thing, usually the thing we work. In the past, people were capable of multiple skills. You had to be a forager, hunter, farmer, parent, sew your shit, fix your chimney. Yeah. And you see that a bit with like the modern ancient people. Like,
well, it's cool how they do like the medicinal stuff, and they're like trying to make things. He's got the pots going on. He's trying to like keep herbs and stuff. It's like that part is cool to me because it's all the all of us who want to live in the woods for a little bit, we're like, this is it. I'm gonna learn from this anime.
Caveman isekai. Yeah, basically, it's just like, what if a modern man who has like a encyclopedic knowledge of modern day technology is sent back to the Stone Age and is forced to like build everything from zero. And that's a fun premise to me.
No, it's a good premise. There's just a lot of other anime things they added in that make it a little hard to get past it, and I agree on that. Did you ever watch Fire Force?
Yes, I have. Vinland Saga. I'm just quickly getting it out of the way. This is a 10 out of 10. This and the second season. Vinland Saga's like fucking perfect. This show is so good. It's like toted alongside like Berserk and Kingdom, and there's like one other manga that are like considered like the pillars of like the best mangas. The difference with Vinland Saga is that it actually has a good anime adaptation. It's so good. The first season is just like we follow this young kid who, through nothing but like a motivation for revenge, learns how to become like a killer and a fighter, and is just like driven entirely by anger, and he doesn't get it. He doesn't get the revenge that he so desperately wants. And then the second season is just like following this man who has now lost all the motivation in his life to do anything, because like his sole purpose for existing was never fulfilled. So now he's just like this empty husk of a man who wants to die. But we follow him as he eventually like overcomes that and learns to become like this compassionate, it's so good. I love this show.
Different direction, but did you ever watch Keep Your Hands Off Isaacin?
That sounds familiar.
It's by the same creator as the Devilman Crybaby, I believe.
Keep Your Hands.
Yeah, it's Isaacin is the first one, so if you type in EIZOU.
Hen's theme is appropriate. Oh! I haven't watched this.
The animation in this is so fun.
Yeah, this is one that's on my... This one's on my to-watch list. Because, like, I've seen people talk about this one quite a bit.
There's a part in it where the tall character on the left, she's supposed to be, like, the business one, and she has glasses most of the time, and she does a little bit in the anime where she, like, ties her hair up in a bun and holds it with her glasses. People apparently broke their glasses trying to replicate it. They're trying to... It's like a... There's like things like a hairpin where it's just basically like a chopstick, but like that's a hairpin thing. So she's doing that, but with the like handle of your glasses. So.
Right. What's the name of that show where it follows like a manga or an anime studio, and like the production of making anime?
This is that.
No, this is different than the one I'm thinking of. Bakashiro? Shirobako. I had it backwards. Yeah. So this is it's just a show that follows like an anime studio, and each individual department, and it just explains like all the things that go into making an anime. It's good. It was a good show. I enjoyed it. There's not really much else to say about it. It's just like kind of if you're interested in that like aspect of like the industry, this is a pretty good like deep dive into that stuff.
Did you watch High School of the Dead?
High School of the Dead? Yeah, I did. Someone mentioned High School DxD earlier as well. I have not seen that. Fuck. This show's so stupid. It's so over the top, and it's so horny. This show's so fucking horny. The jiggle physics in the show, man. Ugh, this show's bad. The scene where like they're fighting a bunch of zombies on a bridge, and like orange-haired girl here is like injured and has like a sniper rifle, so, and she can't aim it, so like main guy has to lie on top of her and fire it, and every time he fires it, her tits just go like boom. And then this one with the sword is like fighting zombies on the bridge, and you get a shot where like he fires the sniper rifle and you get a POV of the bullet, and it like flies through the air, and then it like passes in between her tits as she's like leaning back. It's just so it's like Matrixed. It's so wild.
Did you ever hear of the anime Needless? It was on Netflix. It might still be.
Needless?
Yeah, the ending bit for their like the ending that they put on each episode, probably one of the horniest things you could probably fucking get.
Needless.
It's literally, I'm pretty sure the three are sisters, and it's just a big old incest pot on their fucking ending thing.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah, but it was a silly anime that was on Netflix.
Zom 100. The show is currently airing. It's on Unapologetically Serving the Fans. That is... Yep. That's High School of the Dead.
Man, sure.
There's only 9 episodes out right now. It's on indefinite hiatus because of production issues. But this show's so fun. I enjoyed it. It's got really good animation. It's very colorful. It's got some it's got some interesting directing choices. Like, it's about like our main character here, and the first episode revolves around him working like a job at a desk job for like a marketing firm, and the company's like super abusive. They like force you to work like days at a time, and you start with him like fresh to the company, and it follows this like slow descent into just like depression and monotony that comes with like that kind of lifestyle. And then there's one day where like he's getting ready to go to work, and just bam, zombie apocalypse is happening, and he's fucking thrilled about it. He's like, oh my god, I don't have to go to work. I'm free, as he's running away from like an army of zombies chasing after him. But like, they do this thing where the aspect ratio is like in what's the aspect ratio where it has like the black lines over the top and bottom of the screen?
Oh gosh.
Is that like 16:9? Or is it 4:3? No,
16:9.
It's 16:9. It's in 16:9 aspect ratio, but then like as soon as he like, it's to make it feel more cramped, but as soon as like he says the line "I'm free," he like literally bursts through the
right. It was a 4:3 aspect.
Yeah, so he was it's in 4:3 for like the first like 10 minutes of the first episode, and when he screams "I'm free," he like breaks the aspect ratio and it goes to 16:9, and you can like see the borders like break on his face as he like jumps towards the camera. It's a really cool like stylistic choice. And like the show immediately becomes like full of color and life, even though like he's in the middle of the zombie apocalypse. And the rest of the show is just like him. He makes like a list of the 100 things that he wants to do before he becomes a zombie. He's just like, yeah, like I'm sure I'll die at some point. Like we're in a world filled with zombies, but let's try and make the most of my life that I still got. So he makes like a bucket list of the 100 things he wants to do, and we just kind of follow him and like a group of friends that he makes along the way, just like accomplish these things that he wants to do. It's very good. I'm really hoping that we get to see the rest of the first season.
Did you watch Tower of God when it came out on Crunchyroll?
No.
That one's based off a webtoon. I've been reading webtoons for...
Yeah, that's like my roommate was also reading this one.
The anime, I'd say, actually was pretty good. But...
Have we talked about Promised Neverland Season 1? I've only seen the first episode.
Yeah,
so
I could talk about it, but it's again, for most who've seen it, there's so much to talk about with. There's such a good premise to it, such a good like starting creepiness, and darkness. But like, yeah, as it's been said before, season 2 doesn't.
Season 2 bad, right?
Feeling. Doesn't get the same feeling. Like, I remember being creeped out about Promised Neverland. There's some good creepy stuff in that.
I mean, I watched the first episode, and I just like, I don't know, the premise of it just didn't really grip me all that much. Because like you get the reveal, it's like, oh, it's a farm. I don't know.
It's more so in the creepiness of like the caretakers. That's the part that was like some of the creepier parts, like the secretive. It just really nails in that child fear of being like getting in trouble with your parents, but it's not the same anymore because now you could get sold.
Fair.
So like it's scary because you're trying to shoot their little tiny kids, realizing it like what they're being brought up for and all this stuff. And then they're like, okay, well, we don't want to do this anymore. And then them learning, trying to escape makes it even more stressful because you're just like, oh, they've thought of everything that these kids could like go through. And the only reason that like some of the plans are going through is solely because people forgive and forget with kids. They're like, they're kids. They're probably just doing their kid stuff. No.
All right. No, I haven't. I have not seen enough of Promised Neverland to like feel comfortable making some kind of rating for it. Let's talk about some. Let's see.
There's another one I can list for you if you've seen it. It's Houseki no Kuni.
I don't know what that is.
It's like people with gem hair and stuff.
Oh, is that the one that's like mostly CG?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I've seen clips of it, but I haven't watched it. This is a slice of life about dragons that are maids.
It's okay.
It's okay.
No, it's so gay.
Oh, it's very gay. It's super gay. It's super gay. That's true.
It's so gay.
It's super gay, and they also whoever is the author for this series clearly loves really big boobs.
Yeah, like, the only one we don't talk about is the dragon with the little boy. That one's the
this one. This one. The one with
that's the part we like push into the corner and don't discuss, and we focus on the happy lesbians.
Will it be humane? I mean, like this one's obsessed with. This one's a dragon. She fell in love with a human, and she now just wants to have sex with her all the time.
I think Timmy D's talking about Nebby's comment.
Oh, sorry.
If you read that.
Here is a discussion. Would you do the Wagyu program where you can have Wagyu program where you can have anything in life for like 5 to 10 years but be slaughtered after that? No. Nah. I would probably just, live my life. I know like being able to give whatever you wanted for like 5 to 10 years would be nice, but I'd rather have like a long life than a short one, I think.
It's also a thing of like, do you actually have everything you could ever want? Because you're only going to know what's inside of that bubble, and you're not going to know a lot of the outside world. You're only going to know what's given to you. So there's a lot you're not going to experience, even if you think you're going to get everything that you should have. Most of those cases are like, I mean, they've used the same aspect of Promised Neverland in other stories before, where it's like, well, if you had everything you wanted, why would you leave? And it's like most people reach a point where like, well, I got everything I wanted, I saw everything, or I saw everything within my capacity, and now I'm bored.
You'll make my meat the most difficult to eat. There you go. Yeah, you're like, I taste like shit. Joke's on you, people.
You don't want my
You don't want me. Also, I want to just point out that, like, this show occasionally just goes really fucking hard on the animation sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it'll just have like fight scenes. It's not a fight show, but every once in a while they'll be like, let's have these superpowered dragon people fight each other, and then they go super hard on it.
Well, that's also how they have their fun. It's because that in their world that they fight for fun. They do little duels.
Yeah. This show was fun. Let's talk about a show that I hate, Maru-chan. this show fucking sucks.
You don't like it?
No, I hate this show.
I've compared to her so many times.
I hate this show so much.
She is that's her little tiny self is how I always imagine myself when I'm like super hyper. I'm like,
It's too much. It's too much for me.
I totally understand it, but I think she's just so fun.
It's also just like another one of those. This is a show that's trying to be funny, but the joke is like, it's done after like the first episode, but they repeat the joke for 12 episodes. Actually, this will be my time to talk about the fact that I don't like a lot of comedy anime. So,
no, I'm the same way on that.
Marshall, I think that's one that came out recently. Yeah, the Strong Harry Potter. I watched like 2 episodes of this, and I was like, yep, I get the joke. It's not funny. Well, it's funny the first time.
That reminds me of one. Plastic Nissan or something, I think it's.
So, like, it takes place at a magical school, but our main character doesn't have any magical aptitude. He's just very, very strong. So but he's like so strong that he can beat the magicians by just like being strong. And like that's a funny idea until like the 4th or 5th time that they've done that joke in the first like 2 episodes, and you're like, okay. He likes cream puffs. He says that all the time. Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. What's the one with like what's the Yakuza? It's
the
a
Yakuza babysitter or the
stay-at-home dad one.
Yeah, that's the. If you just type in it, you probably find it.
Stay-at-home dad.
No, type in Yakuza at least.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah. So if you just type in Yakuza, there's only so many of them.
This one I got like no patience for, because they don't even animate this show. They literally just like color manga paddles and just like jump between them with like minimum animation. I watched 1 episode of this. I'm like, this sucks.
I didn't think the animation was that bad, but like I wasn't hooked with the story, because there comes a point like with some characters that they kind of force it so hard that they're only going to be this way and this way only, that they're not going to change. Like they have a scene in that where it's like they're clearly making a joke about cocaine, and he's like, where can I find the white powdered stuff? And she's like, we don't sell that here. And he's like, she's looking for flour, and I'm like, I mean, I get it, but this was like a really obvious joke.
Like super obvious joke. Yep.
Yeah, like why can't we just like why can't there be like he realizes it, or he's trying to, like, I'd almost sometimes refer his character in the sense of like if he was he recognized himself and then he was also fucking it up and making it worse kind of stuff, but he hasn't recognized it for most of them.
Did I rate Steins Gate? I gave it a 10. I love Steins Gate. Sakamoto-kun Desuga. This is about a high school student who's perfect, and every time someone tries their punch, people that are jealous of him, and they try and like trick him or make him end up in embarrassing situations, but he literally cannot. Like, someone tries to pull a chair out from underneath him one time, and he just like sits in the air, and it's like, okay, he's
just good at everything.
He's just good at everything. That's the joke. Saki K. Well, I don't see the one I was looking at, but I see Akira, so let's just quickly rate that. That's a masterpiece. Moving on. Akira's great. It's fantastic. Gintama, never seen Gintama. I've tried watching the first episode multiple times, and from what a friend of mine who's a big fan of the series has told me, is that the first episode is not a very good representation of what the rest of the show is. And I'm like, interesting. We'll talk about Mob Psycho and One Punch Man real quick as well. Mob Psycho 100 is a masterpiece.
Even for a comedy anime, like it's hard for me to get through certain comedy animes, and this is one that it's like It's got a lot of certain writings that it's like very, I don't know, typical for the characters, so sometimes it's hard for me to get through the writing, but I could actually get through it, which was surprising for myself, and I enjoyed it.
For which show?
For Mob Psycho.
Oh, I do not consider this a comedy anime.
Oh, really?
Like, maybe the first couple episodes, but it quickly is a lot more than that.
It's more than that. It's just hard to get through some of the initial comedy bits.
I think when the show like shows its hand as like a deconstruction of like it's just Mob's just such an interesting character because like he's this subdued boy that's like afraid to show his emotions because of like this insecurity that he has, even though he's like literally the strongest person on the earth. But he's just like deeply insecure.
I like Mob. It's just Reagan that's really makes it hard.
Reagan gets so good though.
He does.
Reagan becomes like the best character in the show.
It's so hard to get through some of the like initial trope stuff they do for characters for me.
Did you watch all of it?
No.
You see, you're missing a lot.
Oh.
Like, the second and third season are significant steps up from the first one. I think the first season is quite good. I think Mob Psycho is fantastic. We'll talk about One Punch Man as well, since it's made by the same guy. I haven't seen the second season of One Punch Man. I've only seen the first season.
I have not either.
But the first season is incredible.
I heard the second season was, like, okay.
I heard the second season is okay. It's definitely not, but it's, like, a step down from what I've been told. I haven't read the manga. I've read... I guess it's not true. I read some of the manga, like, further than where the first season ends, but I'm not exactly sure how much of they adapted. But the first season is just, like, such a incredibly strong show. It's just...
It's a great show for saying commitment to the bit, because they are committed to the bit.
Well, it's just, like, the thing about this show is that it doesn't have like a higher budget than any other regular show, right? It's just the people that were involved with making it were just so gung-ho and passionate about just like making an incredibly good, cool-looking product, and they delivered in spades with it. It's wild. The more you read One Punch, the more interest you lose. That's fair. Second season has a different anime style, slightly worse. Second season is fine and has fun with side characters, but first season is such a beautiful self-contained art of overall concept for Saitama. Yeah, exactly. That's why I never really felt the need to watch past the first season. Just because, like, the first one is such a good self-contained story.
It feels like one of those things where, like, One Punch Man feels like it would be, like, I don't know, like a Sunday cartoon strip that you would see because it's got such a, like, repeat. Each episode, of course, like, adds to it, but, like, it's the same bit over and over and over. So I understand people getting, like, semi-bored with it or, like, frustrated with it because you're just like, but I want to see it, like, come to fruition. They're like, no, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, I think, like, Mob Psycho is made by the same guy, and I think Mob Psycho is just a better version of One Punch Man. Because, like, it kind of has, like, a lot of the similar things going on, like a super overpowered main character. But I think Mob is... got a lot more going on from, like, a... like, drama standpoint than Saitama does. You remember when you were in high school, there was the Holy Train of One Punch Man on Tuesday, Parasite on Wednesday, and Tokyo Ghoul on Thursday. We have talked about all those so far.
We hadn't talked about Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya.
We have not talked about the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya.
My first anime. Literally my first anime. This is the first anime I was ever shown.
Is that the... this is the first season. Is it the second season? It looks like it.
Yeah, it should just be Suzumiya Haruhi no Yutsu is the first one. Chan is in the second season.
One Punch Man was not out when you were in high school. This show is good. This show is good. This show was great.
Silly comedy anime.
This show is so interesting from like a meta standpoint because the production and the broadcast are just two entirely different things. Like, if you watch it in broadcast order or in production order, it's like episodic. It's just episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode 4. And it, like, is a straightforward story. That's not how it was aired, though. It was, like, aired entirely out of order. which is wild. So, like, our main character, she's just like, I'm secretly God. Well, I'm God, but I don't know that I'm God. And these three characters are varying different degrees of sci-fi tropes that are sent to make sure she doesn't find out that she's God. Like,
well, it's the whole premise is that she creates their existence because she doesn't know she's God, and she wants a world in which these exist. Thus, she makes them exist without knowing.
Yeah, and now their like whole goal is to prevent her from realizing that they exist. So like, she's a robot, right? She's from the future, and he's a secret agent.
No, it's an alien, it's an Esper, and a time traveler.
He's an Esper, right?
Yeah. The guy.
She's a time traveler. She's an alien. Okay.
Aliens are a short-haired girl.
Gotcha. And then we have our main character, who just kind of gets dragged along into all of this shit. He's just a guy who's just so tired and sarcastic. And he's like the best character in the show. But yeah, it was released with episodes out of order, so you would have a lot of episodes that you would have like episode 8 released like first before like the other ones, and it would make reference to stuff that happened in the earlier episodes, but like in a fairly vague way, so that you wouldn't know like the reveal that this person's an alien, this person's a time traveler, this person's an Esper. So like, you meet these characters, and then like as the show goes on, you go to an earlier part where it's revealed their backstory. It's wild. And it's a lot of fun, and it's very interesting. I know I've seen some of the most degenerate users in message boards use a Haru profile pic. I don't know why it's just you're so valid in that.
She's a crazy character, so I get it.
She just the amount of people, if you see like this face on like a fucking Facebook or on like a Twitter profile or like a Reddit profile or YouTube profile, that person's probably a crazy person.
Like, what are you into?
What kind of degenerate are you? But the show itself's really good. The second season though is,
I dropped the second season.
I watched it. So like, the first season came out in 2006, right? And then 3 years later, the second season comes out. And people were like, this show was a big deal when it came out in 2006. Like, people were doing like the dance that's during the ending credits at like fucking anime conventions and shit, right?
I love the dance.
Yeah. And so people are frothing at the mouth at the announcement of the second season, and the second season starts. And starting with episode 3 out of a 14-episode season, they start this arc called The Endless Eight. Which,
that's why I don't remember it.
So, The Endless Eight is 8 episodes of the second season that are just the exact same story from beginning to end. It's like reanimated every time, but like the lines are the same, and like the happenstance of the things are the same, and there's just very slight differences. The premise being that like it's summer vacation, and Haruhi is unintentionally like causing a time loop where the characters are sent back to the beginning of summer because they didn't do their homework. And she just wanted to have one last moment of them doing their homework together. And it takes like, for some insane reason, the director of the show was like, let's have 8 episodes that are just identical to re-emphasize this time loop thing. And
part of it is like the character. None of the characters are like fully aware of it for a while.
She's aware of it. She's 100% aware of it. Like, one of the only differences that happen in the episodes is that he asks, after like the 3rd episode, he kind of starts to become aware that there's a time loop going on, and he asks her, hey, how many times have we done this summer thing? And, like, the number just keeps getting higher and higher every episode that he asks her. And it ends up being, like, she has been aware of it the whole time and has lived through, like, 500 million reiterations of, like, this exact same summer. And I get it from, like, an artistic standpoint. It's like, oh, you're giving us just, like, a small taste of, like, what this character has been going through. And because, like, once they finally get out of the loop, this, like, character that's an alien that is, like, superhuman, doesn't, like, get tired or feel emotion or anything, has to, like, take a day off and just, like, rest after the time loop concludes. It's like, okay, so she, like, was having a rough go of it. But, so, like, it's a very interesting thing to, like, look back on and dissect. But imagine you're, like, a fan of the show. And, like, 8 weeks in a row, you tune in to see the new episode of the show that you've been waiting for years to come out. And then it's like, oh no, it's just another retelling of the exact same thing that I've seen for the last X amount of weeks. And understandably, from what I've understood, is that people were not happy. And it was 8 of the 14 episodes. So there were only like 6. There were like a total of like 7.
Over half.
Over half of the second season is just the exact same episode being told over and over and over and over again, right? It's wild.
Yeah, a weekly serial on that.
That would be funny as hell now just to watch online and binge, but that would suck as a weekly serial. Yeah, so like I wasn't there for the weekly series. I watched it like after the fact. And I remember I was binging the second season. And I got to this. And I've watched the first episode. I'm like, that was pretty good. And then the second episode, same thing, different animation. Like, they were in different outfits, different shot compositions, all that stuff. I'm like, okay, I'll watch this because, like, maybe they're going for something here. This is, like, really interesting. Because, like, when it's in the second episode, that you're like, oh, that's, like, a cool idea. But then, like, it ends the same way as the first one. And then you go into the next episode, and it happens again. And that episode ends, and there's still no conclusion. So then, like, starting with the fourth episode, I just, like, started jumping through, like, the time. I just, like, check the episodes, like, oh, yep, no, it's still the same story beats. And then that happened for 8 more episodes until finally it happened. Yeah, same episode glitch. It just comes to a conclusion of, like, him stopping Harley. She's about to, like, leave a bar or, like, a restaurant that they were all meeting at, with her, like, forlongingly saying, oh, I wish summer wasn't over yet. And then he's like, wait, let's do our homework. She's like, okay. And then that's how they get out of the time loop. And I'm like, sure. Sure, I guess. But yeah.
Did you watch Kaguya-sama, Love is War?
Yes, I have. Kaguya-sama Lover's War is fantastic. This is a comedy anime, but it's really fucking good. I love this show. Hey, it's Death Note, but instead of them wanting to kill each other, they want to get each other to ask each other on a date. It's like 2 really smart characters that are both secretly in love with each other, but neither of them wants to be the first to admit it. So it's just a series of them like trying to outwit each other into getting the other one to confess to them. And that's like the initial premise. I hate it. Counter. You hate it. I'm sorry, Dimmy-Doo, about your taste. Sorry about your taste, Dimmy-Doo. And the first season is like fairly like, let's just put them in a bunch of different scenarios and have them play off each other, and it's fun. Oh, you hate the date note comment because it works. No, you're right. This is in fact date note. But like as the series goes on, like it also is a well-told love story, which is like wild. Because like I was into it for the comedy to begin with, but then like it did a good job of like making me care about the characters too. So that's great.
Did you watch Comey Can't Communicate?
A couple episodes.
Yeah, I was reading the manga before it got put to anime, and I was like, super cute.
It's really cute, but
It's a cute concept, but I understand why like some people don't always go for it. But I like it.
this was another one that was similar with, like I had mentioned with some other shows earlier. I found a lot of the characters are very much like, I have one thing, and that's like my whole character. I do like Komi and I do like the main protagonist, but a lot of the side characters are just like, here's my bit, let me do that on repeat.
One we didn't mention was I don't know if you watched it on Netflix, but the Kakeguri.
I have seen Kagaguri.
Yeah.
I would say Komi Can't Communicate is good. Nothing spectacular. I did like 3 episodes. I think I did like 3 or 4 episodes of this. This was one that my sister was really into, and she wanted to watch a bunch of. The Chica dance, thank you. I do think that's an ad worth having. Kakeguri. Oh wait, shit. Is that your name? No, never mind.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly put your name.
I mean, the different movies are on here. I just haven't listed the movies yet.
Yeah, we'll hold off on movies. I mean, I did Akira, but it's fine.
So, like, otherwise we have the whole Ghibli stuff to go through.
Oh god, all of them. Kakeguri.
Yeah.
Kakeguri is a gambling anime with a bunch of psychotic women. And the main character, it really likes gambling. Like, a little too much.
She's a dangerous woman.
You've heard of this. This one's good.
If you like yanderes,
if you like crazy women, you'll get your fill from this show, because everyone is batshit insane in this show, except for like, I'm anime boy.
It's fun too because it's another one of those animes that like explains how the games work at the end of it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, there's a different gambling anime that I think is like much better than Kakeguri, and that is Kaiji. How do you spell Kaiji?
Is it K-I? We'll figure it out wherever you're looking for.
Ah, God. Kaiji? There it is. There it is. Hold on. Yeah. It's in No Game No Life. It's not No Game No Life. We already talked about that one. So Kaiji is about, first of all, the characters all look like this. It has an art style. So our main guy is in crippling debt because he like ends up getting tied up with like the Yakuza, and he gets an invite to like a cruise ship where a bunch of people that are in debt to the Yakuza can like either they can get a chance to like win enough money to pay off their debt, or basically sell themselves into slavery to the Yakuza for a chance. So like they get a chance at getting out of the situations that they're in, and it's all just like a bunch of gambling games, and it's just game theory to the max. Our main character here is like like super adept at games, but also like people cheat and try and overcome it because like it's super high stakes. It's Squid Game. This is exactly Squid Game. Honestly, like when Squid Game was coming out, I'm like, oh, this is Kaiji. It's super like over the top with this like drama. Characters cry all the fucking time, but it's like supposed to emphasize just like how shitty the situation they are in is. It's good. Like the first arc of it is just high stakes rock paper scissors. I like this show. I haven't seen Psycho Pass. Let's see. Are there any other comedy animes that I'm forgetting that I hate? No, I think I like got the ones for the most part that I'm like, these are just like so whatever. Is it time to like just start searching, going down the lists? Psychopaths was good. That's what I heard. You also said Ghost in the Shell. I haven't seen Ghost in the Shell. Hunter x Hunter. There's so much Gintama at the top of this list. It's wild. Like Gintama absolutely crushes the top rankings of MAL. Violet Evergarden. Oh, I watched like the first like 5 episodes of Violet Evergarden. Bocchi the Rock. This one I plan on continuing. I've seen 4 episodes of it so far. It's a cute one. I would put it at very good for now, with the chance to go up as it continues. I don't have enough to say about it, unfortunately. More Attack on Titan, more Demon Slayer, movies, Haikyuu, Hajime no Ippo, hell yeah. Monogatari, I've never seen any of the Monogataris. Oshinoko, that's one that I heard a lot of people talking about, but I never actually watched that one. Have we done the infamous Trigger anime? Which one? Which one are you talking about? Rurouni Kenshin. Rurouni Kenshin's one that I kind of want to watch, but after Darling in the Franxx, I didn't watch Darling in the Franxx. I didn't watch Darling in the Franxx.
That was good. It was good, but it's a traditional. But if you don't see the anime, you're not gonna miss anything really.
Well,
It's like, very cute though.
Well, my roommate. Odd Taxi. This is another we'll do that one next. This is another Quentin Tarantino movie. It's about a cab driving walrus in a world filled with like anthropomorphic animals. I don't really want to say much about this one, just that people should watch it because it's very good. It's just about, like, a bunch of people trying to gain something in life. And just, like, struggling to do those things. And you get to watch how people go about that kind of stuff. It's a very human story, despite all the characters being animals. So Darling in the Franxx, my roommate watched. And it was... I remember, like, catching enough of it to be like, I don't know if this is for me. I also heard...
There's definitely parts of it that are not as, like, interesting bits. Mm-hmm. But, like, I still enjoyed it for what it is, but, like, the person that was like, let's watch this together, halfway through it, they were like, do you still want to watch this? I was like, I'm enjoying it. It's not that bad.
It really emphasizes Trigger always in those three. Yes, that's what I heard about the show, is that, like, the first half of it's pretty good. And then it kind of, like, completely loses itself by the end of this show.
The ending is just completely feels non sequitur after you've gone through all the stuff. But they also have a beach episode, of course.
Spy Family's really cute. I really like Spy Family.
I've been enjoying reading the manga, too.
I have the manga, actually.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. There's a few... I ended up picking that one up just because it was, like, available for, like, fairly cheap. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? It's just a feel-good show. And it's, like... I do think this one's, like, actually funny. Because it's just, like, varied enough in its stuff that it's got going on. I don't know.
Well, it does a good mix of changing between, because it has the 3 main characters, it changes between each of them, and they each have different aspects of comedy to their lives. Like, we have a child's comedy, we have a young woman who doesn't understand the world she lives in comedy, and then we have a all-knowledgeable spy and the shit that he deals with when his plans don't go well.
Yeah, and they all have, like, things that they're, like, really good at, except for Anna, except for Anya, who's just bad at everything. But that's like part of her character, and the way they bounce off each other is really well, and the way that they interact with other characters is really good, and I like it quite a bit. Also, like the like will they, won't they aspect is something that I usually just can't really stand in a lot of shows, but I do actually kind of like the chemistry that's going on between these two, because like I don't actually know if they're gonna get together or not, but I think it would be good. Jokes can be a bit slapstick, but it's cute. Yeah, exactly.
I think also the slapstick part of it's, I think some of it has to do with the time period they're trying to focus on a little bit too.
Yeah, it's like it's supposed to be like a
much that kind of older animation a little bit too in comedy.
Yeah, like it feels like this is supposed to take place in a like idealized like 60s 70s era, I think. Haikyuu, yeah, we talked about Haikyuu. I've seen 2 sports anime. It's Haikyuu and Hajime no Ippo, and they're both great.
Do you consider the Don't Dream of like the Bunny Senpai or whatever?
Oh, I have seen that. I have seen that one. Rascal Dreams of Bunny Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. I think this show would have been really good if it was only like 4 episodes long. Because like it's another one of those like we have a main character who is in love with like what is this? So this is Rascal Dreams of Bunny Girl Senpai, and our main character gets involved with like puberty syndrome. Yeah. So like our main character gets involved with like all these girls that are around his age that are experiencing like supernatural manifestations of like problems that you might experience when you're like going through puberty. Like she Bunny Girl here, I think it was she didn't like being the center of attention. So people started just like being unable to see her. And the first like 4 episodes kind of revolve around like our main character trying to fix that for her, while also like the two of them like falling in love with each other. And it's like it was very tender and very sweet. But then unfortunately the show continues on, and it happens with all the other like 4 other girl characters.
This is sus.
This is sus, yeah. Where it's like we go through like 4 other different girls who all fall in love with the main character. One of them's his sister, which fucking sucks. It has a lot of heart to it. It's really nicely animated, but like like there's stuff about this that I think is really good. Like I said, if this show stopped after just like the love story between our 2 main characters, I think like if this was a movie, I think this would have been way better.
There is a movie. There is a movie.
I know there is a movie, but I'm saying like if the first 4 episodes were just a movie.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, there is a movie.
I haven't seen the movie, but that's what I'm saying is that like if you cut out the other parts of the show, this would have been like very good, but there's a lot of mediocre stuff that comes after those first 4 episodes, which bummed me out because I really enjoyed it.
Did you watch Nana?
Nana? No.
Yeah, that's all it is called.
Let me... Zeldy, thank you for the hydrate. Let me try and think of some garbage that I've watched. Shimonetta?
Did you watch Samurai Champloo?
A few episodes. Shimonetta is about a world in which anything... It is underwear. Anything remotely suggestive or an innuendo or sexually explicit is just banned. It's illegal. And you have to wear chastity collars that if you get too horny, the police come and arrest you. It's a lot. And this sounds like a bad concept. Yep, it's a comedy anime.
This reminds me of the, you just remind me of the Cells at Work.
Horny Jail. Why is it so popular? Because it's actually kind of funny. Because, like, the premise is that our main character here manages to get out of has like a broken version of the collar, and she's like running around as like a vigilante trying to like spread lewdness to the world. It's fine.
Did we talk about Assassination Classroom? I wasn't sure if you watched that.
I've seen a couple episodes of Assassination Classroom. I think I watched like 4 or 5 episodes, and it just didn't really grab me.
Oh, classic one, Nichijou.
We do need to talk about Nichijou. I don't think I'm going to continue this one, I'll be honest. Even though people say, like, it gets pretty good, I don't care about, like, any of these characters.
I've just seen clips and bits and pieces, and that's good enough for me.
It was fun. Yeah, like, the weird alien guy is the most interesting character in the show, and he is like the focal point, which is good, but like he's surrounded by just like so many whatevers that I'm sure get more interesting as the show goes on, but I just could not be bothered to care about any of them. Nichijou. Yes. This show is great. This is another comedy one. This one's actually super funny. And I don't like they animate the shit out of this show.
It's so good.
It's like, oh no.
I love that comedy animes get to have fun with the animation.
Like I don't know if any people have probably seen this, but like the scene where the teacher like suplexes a fucking deer is just A+. So funny. Or the scene where like she's about to drop her cocktail wiener from her like bento box and she goes Super Saiyan to like catch it. Yeah, this show's great. It's been a while since I watched it, but I thoroughly enjoyed this one.
No,
Just
this is the one with the fucking she writes like BL or something, and then she drops the papers, and everyone's like coming up to be like,
oh yeah, she's like
just doing like full flips and spins in the air.
She like kills a cop, like fucking.
I gotta grab the fucking.
Don't look at my Yuri, please. All your life you've been.
I don't think it was Yuri. I thought it was Boys Love instead.
Isn't that what that is? Is that Yuri?
No, Yuri is the lesbian love.
Oh, Yowie's the one I'm thinking of. Sorry. Yeah. All your life you've been too uptight for humor anime. I feel like you're missing out. There's a lot of really bad comedy anime. This one is good. This one is worth checking out.
You want to rewatch the clip I just grabbed it?
Yeah. Shut up.
A great, like, well-known bit of Nichijou.
Why is there a goat? It's his pet. It's his pet goat. What are you confused about? It all makes sense in the context of the show. Kinda. It's very good. That's like a little sampler taste of like what you could expect out of it. It's just fun. All right.
A similar note would be Bocchi the Rock, but you said you hadn't watched
it. I said I'd seen like 4 episodes. I plan on watching more, yeah.
That one has also great comedy animation bits in it.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of good references.
Top TV series, Full Metal Alchemist. What is... Frieren? Oh, this is the new show that's airing right now. This is one that I've been planning to watch. Apparently it's about... So, the elf one, yeah. My understanding is that, like, she's basically, like, an immortal. And it's, like, her learning to actually be empathetic towards people that are, you know, mortal. And you get, like... I've seen there are, like, clips of this character just, like, interacting with, like, a shopkeep. And, like, seemingly just, like, going for a walk and then coming back. But then, like, the shopkeep is just, like... many years older, and it's because to her the amount of time for like a normal person to like grow old is just like so insignificant to her that it passes by in an instant.
Did you ever watch Free, the swimming anime with our big old boys swimming?
I have not watched Free.
Aw.
I did not watch the anime about the big hunky boys that are doing a swim. I'm sorry.
The biggest fan service.
It's very fan servicey. For some reason, oh, there we go. Let me add engage to the pile. You had a friend mention it to you. Yeah, it's one that I've been meaning to watch. Yeah, that's... Man, can we just, like, quickly talk about, like, how dumb that character design is for, like, the main character of the newest Fire Emblem game?
I didn't play it.
What's that?
I did not play it. So
I didn't play it either. I think mostly because I think the main character's design was so stupid.
Are you just talking about the one that can be the boy or the girl, depending on which you choose?
No, like, they have, like, this duochromatic thing going on.
Oh, there's another character that has those hair, you're saying?
Yeah, where it's like half red, half blue when their eyes are different colors. Your Name? Yeah. They look like toothpicks. Yeah, I think their design was it just looked bad to me, and it put me off so much that I didn't want to play the game. Let me put some music back on. Did I rank Your Name? We're holding off on movies for the time being.
We just have so much still to go we can cover.
Ranking of Kings.
Yeah.
I loved Ranking of Kings.
I love the aspect of the whole... I love any anime that's going to show more than just speaking. The fact that they're able to do something without having a voice to a character is fantastic.
Yeah, our main character is deaf and mute. And he's just a good, precious boy.
It's so cute. And
This
the
show-
best part of like the whole like the background to his character makes it even more fun because he is such a little man, but he has all this power.
Yeah.
Like, props.
This is a fun show. It like brought me to tears in like episode 2. It's like, okay, you're doing something right. You got a lot going on here. I've heard people be like, oh, this is just like a hyper condensed down One Piece experience. I'm like, yeah, honestly, a bit. It was very good. Let's see. JoJo, One Punch, Mob Psycho. I've heard this one's supposed to be good, but I never watched it. Haven't seen Banana Fish.
That's a gay one.
This is what I've heard.
Sad gay.
Haven't seen Golden Kamuy.
Oh, did you see Ping Pong?
The animation? No, that's one that is on my to-watch list. Mashoko Tensei is one that's on my to-watch list as well.
I have more like early ones, but I don't think you've watched them.
Neon Genesis Evangelion. I got 3 episodes into it. This is another one that's like I should watch more. I should really watch more. But it's a mech anime. And I know it's like not really a mech anime. But like the first few episodes just did not grab me. I'm not gonna rank this one yet. You watched it recently too, like 2 years ago? Yeah, God. I feel like I need to give that one more. You had to watch it through, and it was surprisingly decent. Well, there are people who just, like, sing the praises of that show, right? So I feel like there's got to be a reason for it. So I'm going to hold off on saying much else about... Oh! I just remembered a couple of shows. There's Batum. This show sucks. The show was bad. It's a death game on an island where they're throwing like miniature explosives. And don't really remember much else about it. It was pretty bad.
Did you watch the other sad gay anime, Gibbon?
No, I have not.
That's another sad.
Prison School. This is a horny comedy anime. And it's not very good. Oh, this is the manga.
Oh, there's one that we just got started getting remake, The Spice to Wolf. You've watched that already?
I haven't seen that. There it is, Prison School. I watched it. It was not very good. It's a raunchy comedy where 5 guys are enrolled in an all-female school, and they get put into jail because they were horny, and now, like, it's not very good. Don't watch that one.
Buddy Daddies.
What's that?
Buddy Daddies, the new one that came out with the 2.
Oh, that's the gay spy family, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Buddy Daddies. They at least wrapped it up well, I'd say, for the story that it was.
That's good.
It's just a 1-season thing, so.
Right.
It was cute, and that was the point of it.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it has a good ending that I'm glad they wrapped it up with.
Seasonal. How far back can we go in the seasons? There's an archive.
It goes, yeah.
Oh
There's
my
a
god.
long archive. I'm like,
Oh my. Well, alright, what was airing in fall 1917?
19s.
I feel like that's a little overkill. I don't know about that. When did I really start watching anime? Probably around like 2013. I most likely I went back and watched other ones, but like.
Oh, did you watch Toilet Bound Hanako-kun?
No.
That was one I liked.
No.
Not everyone's. Oh, there's another one that's a well-known, probably amongst like more of the cutesy ones, the Kaicho wa Maid-sama.
Is that the
one where she has to lie that she's a maid?
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay. That one's a big one. Another one like would be Kami-sama Hajime Mashita, which is just like, hello God.
No, I haven't seen that either, I don't believe.
Other cutesy ones.
I did not watch Orimo. Wait, is that... Oh, that's a different show that I'm thinking of. What's the one where the cute girls start a band in high school?
Oh, K-On?
K-On, yeah.
Another one we like that should be around the same time would be This Ugly Yet Beautiful World.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Mm.
I only watched like 3 or 4 episodes of K-On. I'm not huge into the cute girls doing cute thing genre.
Oh, did we talk about Kyokai no Kanata?
Doesn't sound
that
familiar.
Oh, you'd probably like that one. It's
Kyokai no
Kanata, Beyond the Boundary.
Beyond the Boundary.
That one's another fun mix of silly and serious.
Never seen that. Never. Have I seen this before? It doesn't look familiar.
And her glasses.
Her glasses. Doesn't look familiar, I'll be honest.
Twas another one that people liked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you watch, like, Lucky Star?
I did watch Lucky Star. I watched all of Lucky Star. It was fine. Yeah. This one feels a lot more like you need to really understand a lot of, like, tropes
Mm-hmm.
about anime to like truly appreciate this show, because it's just like a lot of making fun of that. It's a Kyoto Annie thing. Again, big bug eyes. Beck. Mongolian Chop Squad? Wait, what? That must have been like in one of the seasons. Oh, I've heard this show's actually supposed to be really good. Like actual Beck. Yeah. This was a great slice of life show, actually. Yeah? I've heard a lot of good... I've heard good things about this show.
Have you ever heard of a Paranoia Agent?
I haven't watched it, though.
That one was a trip when I watched
Yeah, this
that.
is like a music show, right? Yeah. I guess we'll talk... GTO.
Oh, did you watch I'll let you do this one first.
I've watched about 10 episodes of GTO. It's a very... It came out in like the late 90s, early 2000s, I want to say. Yeah, 1999 to 2000. You can tell. It's about a, like, punk who ends up becoming, like, a substitute teacher to a group of, like, delinquents. And he has to, like, show them the right way to live their life. But he's, like, cool and approachable because he's a punk himself. It's fine.
Did you watch Noragami?
It sounds familiar. I don't think I did, though. Noragami. No, I haven't watched it, but the openings for this show fucking rule.
Yeah, that's what I was like. That's where people know a lot of openings because it's a really good song.
The openings to the show are super good. That's all. That's as far as my exposure to it has been. Though, like, whenever I look up comments about the show, it's usually just like, the show's okay.
Did you watch like Horimiya? Like the
I did watch Horimiya.
cute.
This was a cute romance anime. I like that the two characters got together, like, right away. And they actually are, like, a couple, instead of just, like, I can't tell her that I like her. Oh. This was good.
Did you watch Great Pretender?
I did watch Great Pretender. This show ruled. I was surprised by how much I liked this show.
I should have.
This show was great. It's about con artists who go through various schemes trying to swindle people out of money. And it's great. It's got like a great sense of style. It's got a lot of heart. The characters like jump between speaking English and Japanese. And, like, in the English dub of this show, they have, like, Japanese voice actors speak Japanese, and then they have an English voice actor speak English when they're... It's great. Or, like, this guy's, like, French, and he'll speak in French. I really like that. You don't see enough of that, but I'm a fan of that.
Did you watch My Dress Up Darling?
I did watch My Dress Up Darling.
It's so cute.
This was also very cute. It's about
Main girl's so fun.
Yeah, she's a lot of fun. So it's about
so cute.
a girl that wants to cosplay and a guy who makes dolls.
Dolls, yeah.
Yeah, they're like a Japanese style of doll, though, right? But he's got
they're called Hina dolls.
Hina dolls, that's it. But he's gotten like really good at like sewing and like making clothes and stuff. And she ends up, like, running into him while he's, like, working on his stuff. And she's like, yo, help me out. I want to do cosplay. And he's like, okay. And then she ends up, like, falling for him, which is super interesting. Because, like, she's, like, the pretty popular girl, and he's, like, the reserved, shy one. But she's like, oh my god, he's nice and cute and helps me. I like that. I'm like, oh, that's sweet.
Like,
He
has some really cute spots in it where he talks about, like, one of the big things that they have at Changing Point is, like, he says that, like, he normally doesn't call things beautiful unless he truly believes.
Yeah, and he
so.
calls her beautiful.
And then she's like, "Wait, what?"
And that's when she's like, "Oh shit, I think I have feelings for this guy." And it's like, "Ah, that's so cool."
Like, he just keeps trying and trying and trying, because another bit from it was when he makes the first like costume for her, he assumes that she wants the costume made by the day they're gonna go to the con, and she doesn't expect him to finish, but he does. And then she's like, "Wait, you stayed up and worked every day after school? I thought you were like studying." It's like he was working on that. She just burst into tears, and it's like, yeah, how do you not love someone after they did all that work for you?
Yeah, it's great. It feels like an actually realistic, well, by anime standards,
more realistic.
Yeah, but yeah, this show's just really good.
Did you watch Magi, the little blue-haired?
I didn't. My roommate did. It didn't. That one didn't stick out to me. Oh, Nagatoro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, watch that one. This is one about a girl that bullies a guy.
It's the same. The guy's voice actor is the same for Deku too.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you could hear the similarity once it gets pointed out. You're like, I hear it. I hear it.
This is a show for a type of person that wants to get stepped on. It's fine. It has a lot of dumb anime BS, but the main girl's, she's cute. And I do like their relationship a bit, even though it's like a little weird at some points.
Did you watch Asobi Asobase?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Asobi Asobase. It's like you've probably seen clips of like a truth or dare kind of stuff going on with it.
Doesn't sound familiar, I'll be honest.
That one's another like a new age Nichijou, it feels like.
Oh, I can't believe I forgot about this one for so long. Yeah. I love this show.
Oh, it's good. It's good. I didn't end up finishing it, but I did watch the initial couple episodes.
I love this show. And the second season is also fantastic. I read ahead on the manga too. It just does such a good job of like getting you in the hearts, in the feels, and breaking you. It's got a really interesting premise. Like our main character here is created by like this ethereal being, and is sent to Earth as like an orb that sole purpose is to like gather information and learn. And the first thing it comes into contact with is like a rock, and it lives its life as a rock for a super long time. And then a wolf comes by and like dies next to the rock, and then the orb takes on the form of the wolf. And it's at that point that we learn that like it can take on the form of other beings and like control them if they're dead. And then the first episode revolves around like him meeting this boy, and I mean, he takes on the form of the boy, so you can imagine what happens. And it's an interesting tale of like this thing that has like no understanding of anything, slowly learning and adapting and becoming human. And it has like a lot of very interesting like depictions of humanity and what it means to be human. It's also written by the same person who wrote A Silent Voice. So you can tell just based on like the emotional resonance that happens between characters. There's a lot of that going on. I love this show. I guess we can talk about movies now. I'm starting to...
Did you watch Princess Tutu?
No, I never watched Princess Tutu. Yeah. Sorry.
Did you watch Lupin?
Sorry, watched what?
Lupin?
No, I never watched Lupin. I've heard it's good. Let's get the Ghibli films out of the way that I've seen. Howl's Moving Castle. I think Howl's is great. I think pretty much all of the Ghibli films that I've seen are probably going to end up in great. Or maybe I don't know if there's any that I'd put like at a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'd be the same way with the Ghibli films. I don't think there's any of them that are a masterpiece.
How a lot of them are all of them are very, very good though.
Yeah, some are darker than
Oh, Grave of the
others.
Fireflies I think is the
Yeah.
one that I'd give a 10 to, honestly.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't know if I could give a 10 to that.
why not?
I could give it a 9, but it's hard. It's a hard choice on that one.
I don't know, it's just
Because
so
it's so real that it is good. It's just so hard to sit through the arc, honestly. It's just that's how sad it is.
I think that means that it did its job well though, is the thing.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to call it a masterpiece because it's so painful.
I think that's like exactly why it does such a good job of like telling the story that it wants to tell, which is just like the horrible outcomes of the people that aren't even directly involved with the war, just like the casualties that come along just from the effects of war, you know, the orphans. I mean, this movie starts with our main character dying in the gutter. Like it's
Yeah. You see
yeah.
what happened to mom and dad
Yeah.
and sister, and don't even start talking to me about her fucking candy.
Oh man.
That part at the end with the candy fucking kills me every time.
I've
It is
seen
so
My
in
Neighbor
your stomach.
Totoro. This one I think only gets like a 7, honestly.
It's not like it's cute, but it's the story is honestly like okay.
Well-
It's just a fun like kids movie.
Yeah, it's not like this isn't really a movie that's about story or anything like that. It's more about just like childhood experiences and just fun moments and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like it's cute and it's got some really cool scenes, like the one where they're like flying on the back of Totoro, or like this scene that everyone sees with like the cat bus that comes up and everything.
In the rain.
In the rain. Princess. Yeah, I was just gonna say Princess Mononoke. There's a lot of things that have princess in their names.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have guessed? There it is. Mononoke Hime. Ah, that makes sense. This one's great. It's Avatar. It's Fern Gully. It's Pocahontas. It's environmentalism. Industrial destruction of environment bad. Let's see. So did I do Spirited Away? I did do Spirited Away. I haven't seen Ponyo.
Kiki's Delivery Service.
I haven't seen Kiki's.
Porco Rosso.
Oh, I haven't seen Porco Rosso. Oh, that Avatar. Yeah, like the James Cameron one.
Castle in the Sky.
Like a little bit of that one.
Body, we got a lot of...
I haven't seen that many Studio Ghibli films.
Like there's Only Yesterday, Pompoko, Whisper of the Heart.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those
Cat
either.
Returns.
Nope.
Tales of Earthsea.
Nope.
Arrietty.
Nope.
Up on Poppy Hill.
Nope.
Wind Rises.
Nope.
When Marty was there.
I'm pretty sure the ones that we got are the ones that I have seen.
We have not seen enough.
I know. I'm aware. Silent Voice. I love this movie.
Oh, which one I forgot. It's,
I love this movie. It makes me cry every time.
it's a very good movie.
I got bullied as a kid, so the fact that that's like one of the central plots of the story like resonates a lot with me. I really like the story of this guy. It's just like so full of regret about his actions as a kid, and just like the way they depict his inability to like look at other people by just having the black bars over their face, and that scene at the end where like all those bars fall off, and he's like finally able to like look at other people again. It's good. It's so good. I actually haven't seen Your Name now that we're...
Did you see Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind?
Nope.
It's another Ghibli.
I have not seen Nausicaa. Yeah, Your Name is one that I've been meaning to watch. Because that one's like held up really high. I don't want to talk about like any of the movies that are also part of
Pokemon movies?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about any of the movies that are associated with TV shows. Because
I was like, I want to talk about the Pokemon movies. That shit's hurt.
There's the Pokemon movies. There's the Digimon movie. There's like a bunch of One Piece movies. Yeah, I don't want. There's the Demon Slayer movie, but I don't really want to talk about those.
You watched Toradora?
I did watch Toradora. It's very sweet.
Yes.
I liked the show quite a bit. These two characters are great. I don't particularly care about any of these ones, is my biggest issue with the show. But that's fine, because like these two are the focal point of the show. And like, she's okay. These two other love interests I don't care for that much. Like, she's silly, and that's basically it. And he's nice guy.
Yeah, average Joe.
He's average Joe. She's quirky. She's a bitch. These two are great.
Did you watch Lovely Complex?
No.
That's another cutesy one.
Yeah.
Black Rock Shooter was another one I don't know if we talked about or not.
It doesn't sound familiar. Yeah, I'm kind of at that point where I'm starting to run out of shows that stick out to me. I'm sure there are a bunch that I've watched, but I'm starting to draw blanks.
Promare is the...
Never seen Promare.
Oh, you didn't see it? Okay. Summer Wars, that one movie.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Aw, Summer Wars is really fun.
We already talked about...
Very good movie.
Oh, Mushishi. I think I actually watched quite a couple episodes of Mushishi, now that I think about it. Oh, and there's Samurai Champloo as well.
Yeah. The Girl Who Leapt Through Time is another movie.
Haven't seen that one. There are a bunch of movies that I've been meaning to watch. I think I got like 4 episodes into this one. I want to watch more of it, so I'm not gonna rate this one yet. But it has like a lot of really good style. Plus, this guy's voiced from Zoro from One Piece, and that's great. Oh, Fire Force. That's one you brought up.
Mm-hmm.
I dropped this one.
Yeah, I watched the first season. The second season didn't hit.
I think I was the same way.
Yeah, because I was so excited for the second season right after the first one, because we had a great, awesome fight at the end of season 1, and I was like, oh my god, well, season 2 is going to expand on that. Like, This is so exciting. And the first episode, I was like, this is okay, but I have a feeling it's not going to continue the way I'd like. And it didn't.
It falls into a lot of the things that I've said already. Just too many of these characters are like, I have one thing. And that's
Tokyo Revengers is like a similar...
Oh, I have seen... Yeah, Tokyo Revengers I feel the exact same way about as well. Tokyo Revengers I find like even more annoying.
Those two are like fun heads almost. It was either you were on Fire Force side, you were on Tokyo Revengers side.
I've watched both of them and I feel basically the same way about both of them.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't like Takamichi. I think he's just a baby. He's like this whiny, blubbery baby, and it annoys me to no end that every character that surrounds him like, oh my god, you're the coolest, greatest, most wonderful guy that's ever lived. And I'm like, I don't see that, but okay. It's like, wow, the way that you cried on my fist really made me respect you. I'm like, okay.
Did you watch Wotakoi? The one with the like two otakus and whatnot?
No,
The
I
romance
don't
one?
believe I have. I have not seen that. Is that the one with like the gamers? They're like a gamer couple.
Yes.
Is that the one where they have like the really fun opening where they do like the hand symbols and stuff?
Yeah, I believe that actually might be the ending.
Okay, sure. I haven't watched it. I've
Yeah,
only
they do
I've only
all
seen
hands.
exactly that.
No, yeah, like the main character the main character couple that they're focusing on is not usually the one that people like tend to love. It's the orange and green haired couple that are more
Okay.
so in the background because those ones are a like more of a enemies to lovers kind of thing more so because they're like constantly being like we're not into each other, and then like it was super cute because the way they like produced the manga, they didn't of course like give any of the like what they would look like on their wedding for like many chapters and volumes and all that.
Mhm.
So like finally getting to see them when they were like looking at each other happily in their like as a bride and groom, it's really cute after all of like the build up.
That's good. I do like good payoff and like actual relationships. Like
Yeah, that one does the payoff. It does the payoff.
yeah, like I have very little patience for. You'll notice that I haven't talked about basically any shows that are just like two people in high school and they just they won't they the entire fucking show, and it's like I don't have the patience for that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you didn't seem like you were watching as many cutesy animes, but there's another one that's like, I think it's literally just called like I Love You or something, or like Say I Love You.
Yeah, that doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, it's Say I Love You. Say I Love You is the name of it.
Say I love you.
It's on Crunchyroll too.
Is this it? Ski te itai no yo?
Let me see what they have it written as here. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never heard of this before. Came out in 2012. Okay, let's continue down the lists.
Yuri on Ice. Did you watch
I haven't
the gay
watched it.
ice
I did
skating?
not
Oh,
watch Yuri on Ice.
the gay ice skating.
I was all I heard is like it's about ice skating. I'm like, I'm okay.
It's a story point, but like getting to watch the ice skating animated, it's really fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I heard, is that it was like incredibly well animated, which is cool.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
It was a cutesy way they did the story arc with the gays, but like
Is
there's
this
also
one? Is this the one with the toothbrush scene?
I don't know what you're referencing.
I don't believe that. The scene where like a guy brushes his sister's tooth and it's like has a lot of really weird sexual tension.
Sister's tooth.
Yeah, it's teeth. Sorry.
Single tooth.
He's like, I don't want to go too far.
I was like laughing so I just thought of brushing the sister's tooth.
Well, you don't want to cross the line or anything, right? You gotta limit it to one tooth. Neon Genesis, still more Gintama. Oh, Hellsing.
It was Monogatari. It's not
That's the one that's the
Yeah.
one with the toothbrush scene.
It's like the Bake Monogatari. There's like a bunch of versions.
Hellsing's good. It's dark, it's violent, it's gory. It's about vampires. It's about vampires fighting Nazis. It's so silly. But if you like vampires and you like copious amounts of blood, then I got a show for you.
Oh, did you watch Megalobox? Since you
I did watch Megalobox.
I did watch that one.
I did. There's a second season that I haven't watched yet. There you go. Let's just
All the Precures, all those.
Megalobox. I thought the show was good.
Oh, another one that I always see referenced, Beelzebub, the one with the baby demon or whatever.
Oh, I've never watched it. I've seen that stupid baby all the time, though.
Yeah.
Megalobox is interesting. It's a show about just, like, boxing, but what if we had fucking piston engines attached to our arms to punch real hard. It's like, hell yeah. It's like steampunk and silly.
We did boxing, but we
strapped
it's really brutal now.
we strapped metal to you. That's Detective Conan. I've never watched Detective Conan. There's tennis. More Gintama. There's so much Gintama. Like every page just has more Gintama.
Or it's the whole seasons and stuff.
Yeah. There's Redline.
There's Working with the 2 exclamation points. I don't know if you watched that.
Nope. Never watched that.
It's a comedy.
Caro mentioned Attack on Titan High School, which I did watch.
Oh, did you watch Little Witch Academia?
I did.
That one is so cute.
It is.
I love that one a lot.
This is a spin-off where they're in high school. And it's a comedy. And I watched it because this came out between season 1 and season 2 of Attack on Titan, when everyone was like, where the fuck is season 2? And they were starving for more Attack on Titan content, so they're like, here you go. It was fine.
Little Witch Academia.
That's the one. Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Little Witch Academia. Right, there was movies first, and then they made a series out of it. I watched all of this. I thought it was very good.
It was very good.
Yeah, this is Trigger as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It's Harry Potter, but girls.
Might have missed would be Wolf Children. I don't know. If
Never watched
that.
it. Never watched Wolf Children. I've heard that's like a really good story about motherhood.
It's really good.
Mm-hmm. Trigon.
It's a good experience one to like see the struggles of like someone's life.
Right. Stampede.
Especially as a single mother.
Yeah, you can buy volumes for manga through My Anime List.
Yeah, I think so. Either through that
Yeah.
or they have like a subsidiary thing.
Interesting. Violet Evergarden. Yeah, I guess I'll talk about that one. I only got a few episodes into this. It was gorgeous. It's incredibly good looking, this show. I didn't
Yeah, her
finish
friend
it,
in
though.
college was super into it, but I did not get into it.
I think I gave it like 3 episodes, and the premise is interesting. It's like, oh, it's like this girl who's obviously like stunted from her experiences during war, and she's like got a bunch of prosthetic stuff going on, and she has to like learn to reassimilate with a society that she was never a part of. It's an interesting premise, and like I said, it's gorgeous, but I was not captivated enough by it to continue.
Did you watch Ancient Magus Bride?
I think I saw exactly 1 episode of that show.
Aw.
There's a second season that just came out, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the manga's like, I don't know what they're gonna do, if they're gonna end up having an issue where they reach a point that they're gonna reach in where we're at in the manga. And then I'm like, what are you gonna do for us at that point? Because if we're doing season 2 and we're already talking about these subjects, this next arc is not far along.
Oh, like they're like going through the material very quickly. Is that what you're like kind of concerned about?
Yeah, that's where I was like, I saw season 2 and I was like, well, what are they gonna go for season 2? And I'm like, oh, if we're already starting with this, like, I hope there's enough manga out so they can start season 3, because it's gonna be an issue.
I think I'm at the point where I have tapped the stuff that is that pops out to me.
Panty stocking with garter belt.
Yep, you're right. Panty and
I'm looking for
stocking.
the cutesies.
Uh,
You grab the swords, I grab the other stuff.
Panty and stocking with garter belt was good. It's very crass, very rude dude attitude. It's a Cartoon Network show. Like, it looks like a Cartoon Network show. And it's, like, kind of animated in that style, too. Except for when they decide to just, like, go full anime, or they do, like, they blow up, like, plaster models of enemies, or they make, like, full dioramas. They go experimental with this one. This is Gynax. Yep, that makes sense. The English dub for that show is actually very good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can tell the women that are voicing these, like, super rude... Oh, Paprika. That is a movie I've seen. This is, Inception. But anime. It's very good. There are, like, scenes in Inception that are literally just, like, almost identical to ones from this movie. Like, the one where they run down a hallway and it, like, collapses in on itself and stuff. It's a good movie. It's about it. People entering dreams. Oh, right, there's Persona animes, and I've heard, in general, they're just not good.
Oh yeah, there's also the Danganronpa animes too.
Never watched those.
I don't think you need to watch them. The games are enough, and you can just watch someone's.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, do the animes vary enough from the story of the games? I doubt it, right?
I think they touch on certain bits, like, or they have certain parts that you might not have seen as much of other characters because they get to actually like view them as an anime rather than a game.
Mm-hmm.
So there's slightly different storytelling to it, but
for sure. There's Tokyo Revengers.
The other cutesy one, don't know if you watched, it's like called Blue Spring Ride.
The games are already pretty much anime. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you play... That's what we're saying. It's like, if you played Danganronpa, then there's, like, very much no reason to actually sit down and watch the anime. Though I think there's, like, supposedly one anime that takes place between the second and third game.
Oh, Orange?
No, I think it's actually just called, like, Danganronpa 3.
No, I'm saying the anime. There's an anime called Orange.
Well, if I don't recognize that
That's
from what you said, I'm gonna guess no.
There's also a Gretzko on here. It's not technically an anime, but it's a cartoon.
You wouldn't call a Gretzko an anime?
And not your traditional, I would say, per se.
I don't know. I mean, I watched it.
Well, I watched it too. I watched all of it.
Aggressive Retsuko. It's made by the same people who made Hello Kitty, right? Sanrio, yeah.
They get to be sold next to each other. It's really fun.
Yeah. Just a little red panda who works in an office building, and she's so mad about her day-to-day life, but she is timid.
She gets shit on with her life.
Yeah, and she's so timid, and she doesn't know how to express herself in any way except for when she sings death metal at karaoke. And she just screams her guts out. It's great. It's good.
Did you ever see a Wonder Egg Priority?
No. I heard that, like, it was one of those ones that people were like, wow, the first episode of this is so inventive and unique and creative. And then by the end of the season, people were like, and it sucked. That's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Space Dandy was really good. It's just like a collaboration of a bunch of like big name like animators, storyboarders, producers, directors just getting together and just making this space romp adventure with a space dandy. You can tell from his hairstyle that he's quite the dandy.
Dandy, dandy, dandy.
It's made by Bones, yeah. It was cool. It's animated incredibly well. I don't remember a whole lot outside of it, but I remember having quite a good time while watching it. Golden Kamuy. I haven't seen Golden Kamuy.
Oh, did you ever... This is one that you might not have heard of. Fukigen Mononokean?
That does not sound familiar, no.
Yeah. It's like the Great Mononoke. I think it's like what it's called or something. The Morose Mononokean.
Okay.
That one was... I enjoyed... I was so sad at the way they ended the manga. I was hoping they were going to go for a slightly different ending. But
Carol
really
and Tuesday is one that I've been meaning to watch. I've heard it's very cute.
Mm-hmm.
Tiger and Bunny. That's the superhero one, but like they're sponsored superheroes, right? So they each like represent a brand.
I don't know. I never got into it.
I don't know much about it outside of that. I watched the first few episodes of Trigun Stampede. I thought it was pretty good. Though it's basically just like a retelling of Trigun. But like with different animation, new character models, changed up. They changed up enough to keep it interesting. Oh.
And you said you hadn't watched Chunibyo. That was another comedy one.
No, I don't believe... That doesn't sound familiar. A different Yamada-kun. Okay.
Oh, the 99 level. Yeah. That one's cutesy. It's cute. It's supposed to be just like a super good gamer guy and the story that goes along with the girl that falls in love with him and all that.
Gotcha.
All those crazy MMO meetup games.
Of course, all of those ones.
But yeah, it's still cute for like what the parts are. Especially the confession scene that they have is really cute.
Oh yeah?
He's just like, I guess I'm busted. Like, because she just calls him out on it and he's like, shit, you're right. It's really cute. Oh yeah, there was a Nier Automata fucking anime.
Was there? Oh no.
Yeah, it came out this year.
Oh no. Alright. We went 1,000 we're 1,000 ranks deep on the Mal list. I think I'm good with saying that I am done. Actually, there's one manga that I want to talk about real quick. Goodnight Poon Poon. Oyasumi Poon Poon. This is a masterpiece. I will never read it again. It is so bleak. It's so depressing. It's so dark, but it's so good. It revolves around... We just, like, watch this kid's life as he grows up, and just, like, the twisted things that go around him and watching how they affect him, and he's like drawn as this like little simplistic bird character where like everything else in the manga is like extremely detailed, and it's supposed to be like a metaphor for how he views himself and his family as like less than human or whatever. And it goes to like some very dark places in this manga. But it's incredible. It was so good. I own all of it. I cannot recommend it enough. But like I said, I would never read it again because it's too hard of a tale to want to read a second time. So yeah, we done here, folks. Zeldy, is there anything that you want to shout out?
There could have been a lot of them. Let me see if I can go find one of the random ones I know.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it for a second and I lost it.
I pull up my profile now. Let's see.
I found it. Horao Musuko.
Hora Musuko?
Yeah, Hourou, and then Musuko. Musuko.
Haru Mosuko.
It's a
Effeminate
whole...
fifth grader, Suishi Nitori is considered by most to be one of the prettiest girls in school, but much to her dismay, she is already biologically male. She is actually biologically male. Fortunately, Shuichi has a childhood friend who has similar feelings of discomfort related to gender identity. The lanky tomboy Yoshino Takatsuki, who, though biologically female, does not identify as a girl. These two friends share a similar secret and find solace in one another. However, their lives become even more complicated when they must tread the unfamiliar waters of a new school, attempt to make new friends, and struggle to maintain old ones. Faced with the nearly insurmountable odds, they must learn to deal with the harsh realities of growing up, being transgender, relationships, and acceptance. Lauded as a decidedly serious take on gender identity and LGBT struggles, Takato Shimura's Horu Musuko is about Shuichi and Yoshino's attempt to discover their true selves as they enter puberty, make friends, fall in love, and face some very real and difficult choices. That sounds really interesting.
I read the manga first, is what I did, and it was a really good read.
Yeah.
It really makes you think about it, especially because I read it when I was probably closer to the age that they're going for. So I was like, this is like, I haven't gotten shit about this before. I haven't read something like this, and it does a really good job of showing the confusion with like children and growing up, and like especially from a different perspective, one that I cannot relate to myself.
Oh god, it's not in alphabetical order or anything.
Oh, your stuff?
I'm just trying to like find my anime list. There we go. I would like to look at my anime list, please and thank you. Because there's some that I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to do it in the anime title order, you have to go at the top. And
Gotcha. This is a lot of anime. It is a lot of anime.
There's that one, there's like silly comedy anime with like two girls, and I think it's Hopuko and Kikimi or whatever. It's like one that's tall with blue hair and a bow, one that's short with orange hair and like two little pigtails.
Does not sound familiar. Bleach. I have completed Bleach. Or at least, like, the original Bleach. I have not finished Blood War. Did it actually update them? Wait, I refreshed the page and it moved some of the animes? What? How does this work?
Part of it's on the progress bits
Oh.
and like ratings and stuff, because it's trying to sort it into different categories for you. Like, what are you currently watching? It has it all like sorted that way. That's what the colors on the left are. That's why you have to just go by the anime title if you want to organize it by that, and then just go from there and go top down.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it won't update until you do the refresh, because it just takes it a second.
Gotcha. Let's see. Berserk. How? I don't understand. It says 25 out of 25 is like, it's now complete. Oh, I didn't mark it as complete. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Because you can watch all the episodes, but it doesn't mean that you've technically completed it.
I guess. Dragon Ball's done. Dragon Ball Z, this one I have not actually watched all of it. Like, I think I got through, like, half of the Namek cycle. Or, is it Namek? Saiyan. I got, like, halfway through the Saiyan saga. So, like, I'm guessing that's around, like, probably 12-ish episodes. Fairy Tail. Ugh. Is this season 2? I don't... It's whatever.
Yeah, the one that you grabbed there, there's an original. It's like Hunter x Hunter. There's an original section, and then they had to remake stuff.
Right.
The other one is the other random anime I had. I'm gonna put in the chat. Full Moon wo Sagashite. Another sad, cutesy one.
Full Moon wo Sagashite.
A sad.
Hamtaro. This one I have no idea. That's what I'm just gonna say is on hold. Indefinitely. Sakamoto, I dropped.
Can't talk about Hamtaro without talking about Ibichu.
Oh, that's the one that you were showing before, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The other.
This one was dropped.
The other naughtier hamster.
The naughtier hamster.
It's also, it has a great part where people use it for meme images because the hamster goes, "Baby, you're my angel." So like the first picture is "Baby, you're my," and then you send the next one, which is all like blown out, and it's "Angel."
This one was dropped.
And all that little hamster wants is some cheese.
Some cheese. This one I didn't even say that I completed, but I did. Inuyasha. I'm not even gonna bother putting any episodes in for that one because I have no idea. We Can't Communicate. That one I would say I dropped. Metabots, no idea. Monster Rancher, no idea. These are children's show.
Oh, did you watch The God of High School? It was another webtoon one.
No. I heard like a lot of...
That one was more fighting.
Yeah, I heard a lot of like mixed opinions about that one.
Mm-hmm.
Overlord is complete. Pokemon. I'm gonna say that I completed the first part of Pokemon.
Oh, did you ever watch Special A?
That doesn't sound familiar.
No, it was just another like slice of life.
Yeah.
Super smart teen stuff.
Okay. I'm not gonna put anything down for Sonic X or Sailor Moon because I have no idea. These are the shows that like you watch the episodes that aired on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Rising of the Shield Hero. I would say that I've seen like 3 episodes of the show and I have no urge.
Oh, did you like Hellsing?
Hellsing was okay. This was dropped.
Oh, and the classic Junjo Romantica.
I'll take your word for it. 7 Deadly
The
Sins.
classic gay men.
This was completed
ol'
and very bad.
Junjo Romantica was a whole focus on BL. It's like the most a lot of people start.
That was dropped. Violet Evergarden was dropped. Zone 100 is not done yet. Alright, that's all. Okay. I think we're done. The list is complete.
For now.
For now. Angel Beats, Black Butler, DBZ, Great Teacher, Onizuka, Hunter x Hunter. Why is that not... I fucked up. It's... Oh, I didn't I didn't refresh the page.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fool. Episode... I don't know. I'm complete. I'm caught up. I'm caught up and will be caught up. Inuyasha. Scores are along the side here. The children's shows, they're roughly 4s. Except for Yu-Gi-Oh! Classic. Silent Voice, fantastic. Kira, yeesh. Akami got Kill. I didn't talk about this so much, but it sucked. Attack on Titan is... I think Attack on Titan is very good, but it does have its flaws.
Ooh, another comedy one. Pani Pony Dash?
Nope. Berserk. 10 out of 10 manga. It needs a good anime adaptation. We're not going to talk about the 2016 adaptation, which was just a fucking bastardization. Clan After Story. If you want to cry, Panny Pony Dash with a question mark says counterfeit.
Panny Pony Dash?
Are you saying that
Oh, mommy.
as in you've heard of that counterfeit? You heard Zelda Kids. It is
Look it
good.
up.
Oh, you have seen it. Holy shit.
Honey Pony Dash.
Let's see. Hajime no Ippo, 10 out of 10. I'm just looking for my 10s. Gurren Lagann, Grave of the Fireflies, Full Metal Alchemist, Hunter x Hunter, Kaguya-sama, Mob Psycho. You went to University of Vancouver. There were a lot of anime lovers there. Ah, neat. One Piece. Honestly, I didn't give out like many super low ratings. Just cuz like if a show is really really bad, I typically don't stick around for it. Or I like don't even bother checking it out. Like I'm the type of person that will wait for like the general discourse to be out about a show before like bothering to check anything out. Unless it has like a interesting premise or looks promising. Those are the ones I'll like usually jump into right away. But a lot of the ones that I've watched are usually like word of mouth or from like some kind of personality on YouTube talking about them. That's how I like that's how I found a lot of like shows at the beginning of my like delve into anime. That's why I like watch Sword Art Online and shit. To Your Eternity, Vinland Saga. I also clearly don't like comedy anime that much.
You're like, I didn't rate that many that low.
And it was like, well, we haven't gotten to the dropped ones yet. It's like, oh, there they are. There they are.
You can sort it by your rating too if you wanted.
I could have, but I did not. These are the ones that I didn't even bother to rate because they're probably ones that I have plans to watch at some point or continue.
Yeah, you can go to the other categories if you don't want to include certain ones.
Yeah, it's okay. This is what we got. Whew, that was good. I got to talk about a bunch of shit that I hate. As well as a lot of stuff that I like. Samurai Champloo's fun. That's one that I definitely want to sit down and give the time to watch more of because it's good. The bit that I have seen of it was quite good, and the action in that show is super unique. Like breakdancing, sword fighting. Hell yeah! What a cool combination.
I thought of another random one. BNA. It's the opposite of the Beastars. Another like animal anime, but it was a little more serious.
BNA.
Yeah, BNA.
But nah. Oh, I've seen this girl character. But I don't know anything about this show. Throughout history, humans have been at odds with beastmen, a species capable of changing shape due to their genetic beast factor. Because of this conflict, beastmen have been forced into hiding. Anima City serves as a safe haven for these oppressed individuals to live free from human interference. During a festival celebrating the town's 10th anniversary, Michiru Kagemori, a human who suddenly turned into a tanuki, finds the Anima City is a far cry from paradise. After witnessing an explosion in the square, she is confronted by Shiro Ogami, a seemingly indestructible wolf and sworn protector of all beastmen. As they pursue the criminals behind the bombing, the two discover that Michiru is anything but an ordinary beastman, and looks to investigate her mysterious past and uncanny abilities. Could she turn out to be the missing link between humans and beastmen? Ooh. Interesting. But yeah, you listed a ton of shows that I have not seen. So now you got an idea of like things that we can try and work through. Anyway,
I have to Made in Abyss immediately.
Yeah, that's the one that I want to watch the most. I'll be honest with you.
I have it ready. I've just had it up. Just waiting. I was like, when you end, we're watching it.
All right. Well, speaking of ending, I think that's gonna be it for today's stream. So let's see who's live right now. There's Ben. We can go say hi to Ben. Ben Hopkins. He's playing some Yakuza. So let's go say hi to him. Guys, thank you all so much for indulging me with listening to me talk about this weird part of my life. Because anime is cool, but also weird. Ah, Game Sedition Cave Story. Alright, I'll make sure to write that down. Alright, have a good night, everyone, and I will catch you tomorrow, I guess, because we're streaming every day now, I guess.
Woo!
Woo! Goodbye.
Bye.
No, hold on. I did the thing where I, like...
Started the raid.
where I do my, like, spiel before clicking the Let's Raid button. Alright, now we're gonna raid. Goodbye.
Forgets to start the raid, and you're like, hold on.